It's Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero Msanza, Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Uganda. If you can welcome her with a round of applause. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. The second panelist is Mr. Innocent Muhizi, the CEO of the Rwanda Information Society Authority. Our third panelist is Mr. Lassina Kone, CEO of Smart Africa. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Aimable Kimenyi, second vice chairperson of the PSF, our host and organizers of this great event. And our fifth panelist, but I'm not sure he's around or online, it's Mr. Mketi Benedict Tekere, founder of Ngwana Africa, but I will be briefed on how we will engage him. He's calling in from Botswana. Thank you. I'll join the panel and we get started. And I should probably mention something around translation. Pour ceux qui parlent français, je crois que nous avons une simultanée, donc nous pouvons entendre en français aussi simultanément que l'anglais. Namwe muvuga ikinyarwanda ndabizi ko hari abantu bari kudusemurira kugira ngo tube twabasha kumvikana no kuganira neza. And we can continue in English. Welcome again and good morning. I think, to get started, in this kind of forum, often than not, and that was kind of the feature yesterday, we heard a lot from a policy perspective and the kind of challenges that exist. But today, I think it's important to kick off on what's really happening in industry. And Mr. Aimable, as I know you build business in technology that work across various industries. I'd be curious to know, when you think of digital value chain, what it is that you have seen, what is the extent to which people are adopting this, and if you can speak really on practical examples on some of the ways in which business are adopting, maybe in Rwanda or in global context, and if you can also speak briefly on what your company does and how you've been integrating in this, that would be much appreciated. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Israel. Yeah, the digital industry in Africa, it's really an enabler. Yesterday we had a very good session, and you feel inside this connectivity. You feel inside data are not there. Like in agriculture, they don't know what is possible, the possibilities of markets. The lady from Benin said they have a challenge to know when to put the goods on the market, at which price, and because if you come before, you lose money. If you come after, you lose money. So my company, we are in business automation, and what we saw, Africa businesses are not yet connected to embrace technology. They are more like they trust their pen and their book. The statistics shows 7% only. But for us, for our algorithm, it's an opportunity, a huge opportunity. And from this kind of event, we are learning that other countries are like even us. And yesterday, the vice chairperson of AU said something amazing, like she wanted an ecosystem of putting borders together, one system, putting, I know Irembo also will be, let's say one Irembo for Africa, one EBM for Africa. So what I'm trying to say here is it's the right time this supply chain can be fixed. If there is any magic stick to all things we are talking to make Africa, to remove barriers to remove borders. It's ICT. So the opportunities are huge. Thank you.
If you can be a bit more concrete on what you've seen businesses do in terms of adapting technologies in their operations on a day-to-day, maybe with algorithms solutions or in general, and really give some concrete examples on where you've seen it work very successfully, that would be quite appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. We started in pharmacies like 15 years ago. A pharmacy was having paper containing prices. So each patient coming in the pharmacy, they have to check the validity of the insurances. And they have to put this on a paper. They didn't know the stock. They have to go and see. Let me see. There was people who has to go to see, is this item in the stock? Is it expired? And people were spending like 30 minutes in a pharmacy. And after that, there was people who do the billing for insurances. So we were lucky to fix that down to 3 minutes. The pharmacy is well organized. They know their incomes. They know the inventory. They know the credits to pay to the insurances. But the most grateful thing is the patient, which was able to not more stay hours in pharmacies, and which is able to see the drugs. We are talking supply chain.
Yeah.
So people think when you enter a pharmacy, that's where pharmacy should start thinking. The supply chain of drugs is huge. There is visas, there is a lot of things. So with the software, the supply chain, connecting to the supplier, knowing what is missing, that also was very important. So the concrete is, like in one sector we do is that people are able to go in a pharmacy and get their drugs quickly.
Thank you so much. We'll have a chance to come back to it. Mr. CEO Lassina, I think Smart Africa is at this intersection between government and businesses in trying to foster and build partnerships and kind of bring together industry leaders and other people to think of how do we build the foundational work that gets us to adopt technologies at scale across the continent. Can you speak a bit more on the work and maybe expand on what Mr. Imab just said on how concretely have you seen either businesses or government coming together to adopt that? Because I imagine, since you've been established, there have been key successes that we can discuss.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, first of all, and thank you, my brother Imab. In fact, what you said is very crucial. You see, if you look at the title here, it says AFCFTA, is that correct?
Yep.
African Continental Free Trade Area. Continental Free Trade Area, it means free movement of people and goods, and also being able to unlock the opportunities in Africa. At Smart Africa is not a rocket science. We've been creating Glide, it's been 10 years. Our vision is to transform Africa into a single digital market using a bold, innovative, multi-stakeholder approach. So that's where the multi-stakeholder approach basically means businesses, government, institutions, civil society, academia, and so on and so forth. We truly believe that this is what the strength is. But why do we use the innovative and bold approach to this multi-stakeholder on 4 different axes: connect, innovate, transform, accelerate. Let me say something here. We will never be integrated, truly integration to a single digital market if there's no interoperability between our continental KYC. I'll give you a very simple example. What Imab is saying, one business in Rwanda is targeting 12 million to 13 million population, Kenya 50 million, Nigeria 220, Benin 12 million. That's not the real power of ACFTA, as long as we don't come together. Why is it this way? Because there is no continental eKYC. I'll give you a very simple example. There's a difference between trust and truth. in the Western world, they use a trust. The trust is based on KYC. You go to Europe, you go to America, everyone has a credit card. The credit card they're using is based on the OPM, other people money. You go to the bank open a credit card for you, you have zero money in your account, you use it, they trust you because they've done the eKYC, they know where you live, you have a unique identification number. We are all sitting in this room here. We all have a card called Visa. In reality, it's a debit card. Who has the card in his pocket today using the bank money based on the trust? No one. That's the difference between trust and the truth. Why are we in these situations? Until we transform our truth to the trust, which is based on the fundamental eKYC within our countries, an intra-Africa way, we will not be able to make it into a continental free trade area. Because who say continental free trade area, we also mean either one-stop border post or non-stop border post. How do you do that if you're not digitally identifiable, and also our identification system is interoperable? Of course, the country will still keeping their sovereignty and so on and so forth, but we need to know. So that's where Smart Africa come in. On connectivity, that's the infrastructure, we all know it. When we say connectivity today, we're not just talking about infrastructure of fiber, we're talking about also data centers and so on and so forth. Because imagine Africa, the entire continent, 1.4 billion population, we only control 1% of data centers around the world. There are 8,000, we control 80. Same size as Switzerland. When we talk about innovation, we do not mean innovation just in technology. Innovation is about the way we do things in business, in financing, in reforming, in everything. Because innovation is the only way for Africa to take over or to leapfrog, put it this way. And transformation is only when you have a connectivity and innovation we can transform our economy. And acceleration, of course, we understand not all African countries are on the same level of technology, of advancement. So we have different program for those countries. I'm just going to be brief by stopping right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very much appreciated. But I would want you to speak a bit more on, because the people in this room come from industry, and you know, sometimes you look at it from a government perspective and the systemic nature of it, but someone in industry, what is their role? How do they come to it? Or how do they contribute to it? What do they demand? How do they hold accountable? And maybe even prepare. I'm curious what you'd say on that. Yes?
Let's be a bit bold, right?
Yep.
All of us today, we envy big industrial countries, America, Europe. But America industry itself, it was created out of mom-and-pop shops. Small businesses, little private sector forum together, but the government believed in them. Microsoft was created out of a garage, Apple, Amazon, not long ago. What our private sector need, or let me put it around, what our government need to trust our private sector. Let me tell you, there is no leapfrogging if there are no Afro champions. No leapfrogging in Africa because the economy is based on the private sector. If those private sector, they are the backbone of the economy. If we do not give them the right tools and the right environment for businesses, how they can grow? It's very simple to test that. Pick any country, look at the entire contract, government contract awarded in a year. I want you to give me the rate of the local company share in it. That's not how the American industry was built. People who lived in America or in Europe, they have something called Small Business Act, SBA. It gives opportunities to local companies. Yes, in the beginning, they're starting from zero. But there has to be a law, the law which says if a government contract is over $1 billion, you have an obligation to set aside 20 or 25% to a local company which is making maybe about 2 million or 5 million. Next year, when that company is bidding, the revenue has grown, so on and so forth. They grow together. But if we keep on talking, embracing technology, doing this, then again, we're not giving a right opportunity. If we don't have the right policy environment to grow our Afro-champion, I'm sorry, today everyone here is paying a big bills in terms of licensing for all the applications we use in the offices. Do you think all this Oracle, SAP, I'm free to say it, they were created out of nothing and they became big, and the only place they shop is Africa. Irembo today came out of Rwanda. Today you're expanding to West Africa. It's possible. But we have to have the right policy in place to encourage our private sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. CEO Muhizi, I think we can pick up from there and speak about what now from a government perspective, the kind of partnership that you think, to tap into the digital economy. I think on one hand is government as a buyer with its purchasing power, how is it creating industry and growing the industry? But what else from a partnership perspective can industry and government come together, and maybe some concrete examples here in Rwanda or across the continent that you think have worked quite well?
Thanks, Israel. Good morning, everyone. My name is Innocent Muhizi. Like Israel mentioned, I head an organization called Rwanda Information Society Authority. It's the government of Rwanda agency in charge of digitization. And based on what we do, and also referring to the question that Israel is asking, let me first make this statement, and I know this is a statement that could cost me my job, but I'll say it anyway. I think government, we need to get out of the way of businesses. We need to really get out of the way. We need to allow the private sector people to really do what they're good at. Because as public servants, we are terrible at doing business. Therefore, when we get in the way, then we create stumbling blocks for them. But we have a role to play. And what is this role? We can create the partnerships that you're talking about. For me, I look at, and especially when you're looking at it from an African perspective, it is a triangle, right? You have on one side the government or the public sector that is creating a very critical infrastructure. By the way, for me, I call it infrastructure. There are policies and procedures and laws, legal instruments that we need to create if we are going to do business across our borders. Without a government, you cannot be able to get these instruments. Therefore, as African countries specifically, we really need to have, first of all, my brother Rasina mentioned to trust the business. Let's first trust ourselves as governments. We really need to create that strong bond, that partnership. Once we do that, then we're going to have harmonized legal instruments across. For example, the ACFTA has been around for now how many years? 3, 4, 5 years? Yeah. Really, when was it ratified across? Why should it take all that long? Why don't we just get this thing out of the way and then we allow businesses to continue? Number two, we really need to create an infrastructure and a technological infrastructure for that matter that really allows the digital trade to take place. Now, with that digital infrastructure, that's where comes really a recognized legal tender. Dr. Rasina is talking about, the credit cards that we have. We have mobile money on this continent. By the way, mobile money was invented on this continent. And if you go to Europe or America, they have absolutely no idea what mobile money is.
Absolutely.
Right? And if it has proven that it can actually work, why don't we leverage that and expand it across? Right? Then there is a fundamental issue that we have that is going to hamper digital trade on this continent if it is not addressed. And this is where government comes in. Identity. If I want to purchase goods from Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, wherever, I really need to identify who I am for me to be trusted. Before I even, before I get trusted, I need to be identified. And if I have an ID, a national ID, how do I authenticate that I'm who I am digitally? Because I'm sitting in Kigali and I'm purchasing an item that is in Nigeria or Ghana or whatever. How are you going to confirm that I am actually innocent that I claim to be? So digital identity is a fundamental infrastructure that we really need to develop. And this is the purview of the government, right? And if we do not have the strong partnership that we really agree on, we have people who move from Kigali, they go to Nairobi, and vice versa. I go for medical services. If I go to Nairobi for a medical service and I say, I'm innocent, you're going to refer on my passport or my national ID. But if I want to purchase that good, how are you going to confirm that I'm who I am? Well, digital identity is a fundamental infrastructure that we really need to develop and scale it across. Now, finally, I know we'll be able to get another moment, but businesses, Dr. Lassina mentioned that we really need to be bold, and we need to be bold and transformative. There are concrete examples that we've seen. I don't know, I mentioned this in another forum. I don't know if you know a company that was called Fundamo. Fundamo is a company actually that created mobile money with MTN. They had absolutely no idea how this product was going to work out, but they were bold enough to take it across, and eventually they got bought by Visa, right? I read in the news that MasterCard now want to buy a stake into MTN mobile money. Somehow it's good, but again, on the other hand, I think it's bad because I don't know if it's killing, it's stifling that innovation. We really need to get our enterprises to grow. I think we need to support the likes of my brother Emabri Kimin to really take over the continent and others. Israel is leading Irembo. Irembo is a company that was initiated, conceived, started in Rwanda. They're now going across. And fundamentally, what I would ask the businesses to do, think beyond your borders. Because the problems that we face in Rwanda are similar to Malawi, they're similar to Gabon, they're similar to Gambia. They are on the continent, they are the same. So whatever solution works in Rwanda, it is going to work in Malawi. So we really need to think about our products, think about them in a nature that allows them to be sold across the continent. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, thank you. I think something that keeps coming back is there are fundamental principles through which to build on when you are trying to adopt or when you are building or enhancing the digital value trade. So I'd love for you to speak on some of those principles in terms of what do we build on? How do we foster such a culture, both in adopting technology or building with technology? And then I think there are so many dynamics that come in if you can speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are addressing the issue of how do we enrich digital trade on the continent. And I've been reflecting on how Africa has responded or participated. The first industrial revolution was about us putting manufacturing systems. And basically, we were not part of it. The second one was about distribution systems. That's transport and the mobility. The third one was about sharing information, making sure that people everywhere have information, the era of the internet. Now, this fourth industrial revolution, if we may say, I don't know when it will end and we go into the fifth, but it is fundamentally different in that we are digitalizing part of the value that is distributed. So what I mean is all of those definitely included that, because when you had transport systems, the final client paid for transport. Now, the final client, the value they pay, part of that value is digitalized. Now, this is a little different from us just looking at digitalization as a means of doing business, but digitalization as a business. So once we have recognized that digitalization is a business, not a business enhancer, but a business, because value, part of the value of whatever you're trading has been digitalized. When I buy something at the end, part of that value is going to go into the digital component of whatever I am buying. So if we look at it that way, we need now to understand a few key principles. If Africa is going to benefit differently or better, because we haven't benefited as much from the first 3 revolutions. And here we will have to be very intentional, very systematic. And the first thing is for us to understand the value chain. Part of this value is in the digital component. Do we understand that? And how do we get our hands on that? Instead of us just looking at it as a communication, no, a significant value has been shifted into digital products. And unless we are participating and benefiting from those digital products, and part of that value is staying with our businesses, is staying with our countries, we are again going to be users of technologies, and that value will be shifted out of the continent. And so the value which stays here, we cannot, I want us to understand that component. So we need to understand the value chain. We need to make sure that we know the value chain of this digitalization, and we should not just be excited that I've been invited to many conferences where really what people are doing is inviting Africans to buy digital tools. The digitalization is shifting the bigger value into digital tools. And so we must own digital tools. We must own digital tools. If we are going to leave wealth on the continent, we must own digital tools, not just use. So if we are owning these indigenous, because sometimes we look at our innovators or our investors in 2 ways. One, they are small and they are generally included but at the periphery. But when the main thing is being discussed, we are not mainstreaming creation of owned digital tools, resident big companies on the African continent that bring wealth onto the continent must be a big priority for us. The second issue, because let me finish that. Why am I emphasizing this? Because ownership is critical. Ownership gives you important parameters. It gives you power to decide, power to choose. I know many of you, we maybe haven't had the courage to talk about it, but many of us really loved the tweet bad. But now we have to deal with X. I still have to fall in love with X, but since the service is there, but it gives you power, but not only power beyond there, the power to control, the power to manage, the power to upgrade. Ownership also gives us value. And as we progress, more than 50% of the value of trade is going to be digital. So if we already give away that, then we forget about wealth. The other thing we need has already been alluded to. We need a payment system. Payment systems transfer a humongous, substantial value. So the digital payment systems must be integrated. Because if you're going to pay and then loop somewhere else, by the time the value comes back on the continent, it's about 35% or so less. And for me, to illustrate this is what the two have referred to, mobile money. Why isn't mobile money domiciled on the other continents? Why isn't it? It has been here, we love it, but it's basically an African phenomenon. when you go elsewhere, because payment systems are a big component of the value in the business. And Africa must build on this mobile money platform and make sure that we leave the payment. Because when you have huge companies on the continent, the entire continent will benefit. So how can we make that more fundamental? The other issue is, as we build, the digital value, we must have interoperability. By virtue of the fact that we are many of us are going to develop digital platforms. Can they speak to each other? To say we should have one may not be practical, but can we inculcate that as a foundational? When I have something in one country on the continent, I should build it to speak to the rest. And then the other is logistics. It doesn't make sense for me to order a product for 3 minutes and take 5 months to receive it. Digital must be interlinked with the logistics. And lastly, data. On the continent, we don't seem to be taking data as a serious value. We are not taking this as a serious value. And people keep talking and telling us that data is the new gold. For us to digitalize and enhance value in trade, we must have data ownership. We must build a capacity to turn data into great value. So those are some of the fundamentals that I think we need to go back to, evaluate, and see whatever we are doing across the continent, are these among our priorities? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Israel. And thank you, Minister, for raising these really pertinent points. And the very last one is actually what I wanted to capitalize on, data. I think we're at a critical moment in time where we really need great disruption. And for me, I think we need government 2.0. Yeah. We really need a government that we've never seen. We need to disrupt government, number one. Number two, we need trade 2.0, because the minister mentioned something that is really, really critical. If, for a minute, if we just say, I want to order, a piece of garment from Ghana, I'll have to pay. A shop owner in Ghana will need to figure out how to transport that. It is going to go through customs. It is going to be delivered to my place. First of all, what currency am I going to pay in? I'm going to use either Rwandan francs. I don't know what currency they use in Ghana.
You see this?
Yes. Now, how are they? What is the interchange? How are you going to do the conversion? What exchange rate are you going to use? And this is the point that I really want to point out, where we really need disruption. The normal trend right now, the way it is going to be done, is just, I'll first convert my Rwandan francs into dollars or euro or pound or whatever, and then it gets converted back into the local money in Ghana. Can we scrap that and figure out how we're going to do our own, convergence on the continent, right? Our financial institutions really need to figure out. Right now, if I want to send money from Rwanda to Uganda, Minister, that money will have to first land in New York or in Munich. Either I'm going to use Citibank as a corresponding bank, or I'm going to have to use Commerzbank in Germany or ING in Belgium. Why? For crying out loud. It's just, 2 hours away from here, right? How can we disrupt that? We really need disruption in trade. We need trade 2.0. We need government 2.0, and government 2.0 on the continent. And if we do not capitalize on data and the infrastructure that we're talking about, then I don't think we'll be able to achieve the kind of discussions we're talking about, enhancing trade and stuff like that. And finally, we have artificial intelligence that is here, whether we like it or not. It is going to disrupt us whether we want it or not. Right now we have, people, getting their speech in a minute. I say, ChatGPT, I say, I want to talk about enhancing digital trade on the African continent. It gives me 2 pages in 30 seconds maximum. Then I go out, and if that is applied in other areas, then we will be left behind. We really need to capitalize on this so that we can be able to realize the potentials we have on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO Lesson, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, this is very interesting discussion. In fact, my brother Innocent and my sister, Madam Minister, that I'm happy to see here, talk about is the data and first of the digital ID. What Innocent was talking about, which is the interoperability, that's the reason Smart Africa launched last Transform Africa Summit in Zimbabwe, the Smart Africa Trust Alliance. We have today more than 10 countries who signed the declarations to be able to run the pilot between Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Senegal, an interoperable platform which will allow those countries to exchange information about the ID to actually boost the trade. Talking about data, maybe finance people, they call it GDP. What's the GDP means? It means gross domestic product. It is not a gross domestic product. It's a gross data product. Because you may or you may not know, America controls today about 72% of the data economy, digital economy in the world, and China controls about 22%. Europe controls about 3.4%, and Africa only controls about 1.5% because we have a very limited data economy, as the minister was saying. The data is the only thing today which is actually infinite. Of course, you need the natural resources, oil or gold or whatsoever, it's always finite. And this is the new wealth now. We cannot aggregate. The government has a lot of data. If you put the citizen at the center of a social economic development, you're born, you have a license, you go to school, you go to university, you buy houses, you buy insurance, you buy medical. All of these are informations which are very valuable. This is only public domain. If you look at the private domain, of course, you must have been subscribing to many information. But how do you turn this into evaluate information? It's through a digital ID that Innocent was talking about. Digital ID, it basically means, it does not mean preventing someone from voting, because the definition of digital ID can be different from some country. It is putting the citizens at the center of a social economic development. Jumping from that, Innocent just mentions, as well as my sister, which is the banking, Pan-African e-payment system. Let's be true to ourselves. With the mobile money today, we generate about $495 billion transaction value. Transaction value on the mobile money. M-Pesa, Momo, Orange Money, Airtel Money, all of that. But are we leveraging it? We're not leveraging it. Still, with this little progress, I call it little progress because we did not actually unlock the real potential, which is the cross-border trade. The cross-border trade is becoming a big obstacle today. As Innocent says, most likely if I send the money from here today, I send it to West Africa, it's going through Europe. I agree with you, but we need to remember something. After 1947, after the Second World War, when the Bretton Woods institutions were being created, no African was around the table. No. That came the creation of the World Bank, the IMF, and the SWIFT. And I like when you said the MasterCard is buying a part of MTN. I'm actually very laughing because they just want to get into the game. Otherwise, we have our own PAPS, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is created by Africa Exim Bank. I'm calling all our government to be able to assist and help PAPS to be adopted. The challenge PAPS is very simple. PAPS will allow the Rwandan francs to be sent to Uganda, to Kenya, to Cameroon, without going outside our continent. And that is the challenge. It's a big fight, but it's not impossible. Digitalization is one thing that will allow African to leapfrog. And you know, the unique features of digital is you don't learn it from the person who colonized you, because it's actually free market. Even if you have a daughter today, 5 years old, she's manipulating the tablet. She does not even need a French or English language, just by visual. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll open up for questions from the audience, but I wanted you to add something. But I think for you, I also want you to speak on something unique after you make your own comments. I believe in free markets and in the power of free markets. And often than not, we speak of creating solutions on which we will build on top to deliver value. But free markets, the essence is consumer drive the value that's going to be delivered. And so from a business perspective and a businessman perspective, AFCFTA presents a dramatically expanded market potential, wide variety of consumer preferences. So how do you build for those different consumer preferences? That will then drive the demand for a new payment mechanism, for local data hosting, and so on and so forth, if you can also address that. Because I think sometimes also, as business people, we are not building for what the market wants, and we turn back to government and say, solve this first, then we will build after. But go ahead.
Thank you. I like this panel because like he said in 47, some guys divided Africa. We were not there, and we know the impact. And I'm happy I'm in this event, and why this event should not be the event who stopped this, who removed these guys who sat. Let's today say there is no more borders in Africa, digitally. Let's go to 2.0, government. As business people, I was with the Minister of Agriculture. Everyone challenged on funding. And like you see, I'm young. Normally, I don't deserve to be chairman of PSF, but I'm lucky. But when they was talking, I said, but you have money. Why you go always to the bank? And I'm telling you right now, simple application, they will make, even banks, they are not designed for us. Yeah. So we are going to look for solutions of other people. So what I'm trying to tell you, and you can follow the news, there is, they will call Ikigega, let me put it even in Kinyarwanda, Ikigega cy'ubuhinzi. And that's it. The gentleman from Zimbabwe gave us the last pinpoint on people are ready to put money. I know in one day I will have 1,000 people putting 1 million. That's 1 billion. And the other missing part was how to manage, but they are having this leasing system where they come, they do the job for you, and they get out. Because if you have the truck, you need a mechanic, someone to fix it, whatever. But the other company, the other holding who's doing the leasing, it's amazing. It was the missing part. Now, and in PSF also we did a scheme for health. Because when also they were talking, they are suffering for, there is mutuel, very low. There is RSSB for public servant, and there is expensive insurances, which is okay. But also a simple person who's working in a shop, they told me only 300, 500. And we managed to make another fund for health. It's running right now. People pay 500, then they get treatment, and they are very happy. There was no way they can get treatment. Now, next is agriculture. Because of this chamber, they are going to have a solution, I'm pretty sure. At least a solution. Many solutions will come, and we don't compete with private sector. But why I'm saying this is, I'm realizing I have the solution in my hand. I will be scared to say that if Innocent didn't. Actually, he will be fired, right? Yeah, so if he's not scared, let me say he's going to government 2.0. Yeah. I hope everyone in the government is understanding. He's changing every one of you guys. Be ready. But it's amazing. Let's jump. Let's stop that, that decision they made. I don't understand why we are asking. Government should give us the report and we write to them. That's one of the things we do. Government should give us a report of how much money you spend. Because yesterday there was a tough discussion of made in Africa product. So one of the resolution of this meeting, and the AU is ready to help, you will give us a report in government 2.0 of all spendings. And you have to put in front, made in this country. And we will go there to inspect. It's not, we don't want like a company from outside taking an African name. And to finish, what I'm trying to say here, let Africa start using African product. No other choice, no other choice. Because if we go to YouTube, and everyone sitting here, you need to understand, you have to join government 2.0 because we have the power, actually. When I realized this kind of agriculture scheme, now, why are you going to Amazon? Why are you going to Alibaba? If we go to one platform, African platform, we want Amazon to be a partner. I will be crazy to say we don't want Amazon. But if we go to this one system, African system, Ugandan, Ghanaian, Amazon will say, okay, let me go and talk with them. So they become the supply, because we need them. Yeah. There is Korean team here, Hyundai. They have amazing projects. We need them. But what I'm trying to say here in our resolution, we are going to government 2.0, to PSF 2.0, and you guys, you need everyone watching this. I think the made in Africa product, it's now. Yeah. Because otherwise, there was another gentleman who told us 60 years ago, Kwame Nkrumah, or this guy who liberated Africa, was saying the same thing we are talking now. So now, I think Risa is going to shut down or WhatsApp and YouTube IP. He's going to shut down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can now take questions. We will take, I think, 3 questions, and then we get answer. We have the 2 first one here, and then 1 there. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Bridgette Harrington, and I'm president and CEO of Ijiri Coffee Company. And I just wanted to address the issue of cross-border payments. I actually sat on a panel yesterday and spoke about that, and specifically about PAPs. So I don't know how many of you here are aware of what the Pan-African Payment Settlement System is, but it's supposed to allow for the transfer of, in this case, I heard Ghana brought up, which is my home country, the transfer of funds from here, for example, to Ghana. It is working. It's not necessarily working through the central banks, because not all of the governors of the central banks across Africa have adopted it. But what the PAPS organization did was they decided to adopt one bank to take over the payment settlement system, and that was EcoBank. And the reason that they selected EcoBank was because EcoBank has a footprint in 33 different African countries. I can tell you that personally, last week, I sat on my computer and transferred francs that showed up in my EcoBank account in Ghana as CDs, and I know that it's working. And the interesting thing about it is, let's say on the equivalent of about 100 US, which would have been about 120,000 francs, I can transfer that, I believe 1,150 Ghana cedis showed up in my account, and it cost me 1,500 francs. There was never a US dollar involved. There was no intermediary bank involved. And that is really important for traders, as the gentleman said, because if you have, for example, the equivalent of a $1,000 transaction that takes place, that $1,000 by the time that you actually receive payment has been reduced by 15 to 20%, which means that you now received $800, the equivalent of $800. Now, that $800 on a $1,000 invoice, that's 20%. So the question has to be asked, okay, well, what is my profit margin? And if your profit margin is 20% or 30%, by the time you've paid your staff and done everything else, you may as well not have even engaged in the transaction because you made no money. And if your profit margin is less than 20 or 25%, you in effect now lost money. So I encourage all of you to, and this is, I don't work for EcoBank, but I would encourage you to have conversations with EcoBank and look at the system that's set up. And they do have, if you go to their website, there is a mention of cross-border trade and the Pan-African payment settlement system.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Please, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. It's been a healthy discussion. And this is a demonstration that shows that private sector and the public sector can exchange notes, okay, that would advance the private sector. I think I'd like to commend all of you for your clear thoughts on moving. Yeah. What we need is a conducive business environment. That's all the private sector needs. How do we achieve that? We have it, we have been giving after. We have been giving a roadmap to deliver Africa. That is Agenda 2063. So technically, the politicians with all of the flaws have given us an opportunity here. The private sector, are we going to take advantage of this? Your expressions are in place. We need to take advantage of the opportunities that we now have. And by simply engaging our local governments, the respective countries, at the country level, to implement those protocols that they have signed. Out of 54, 55 countries, only 8 countries now have qualified technically to trade under AFTA. Why do we find ourselves in a situation of having to plead with our leaders at the country level to implement AFTA? This is the problem. So until the private sector wakes up and engage the national governments, as in terms of use Rwanda as an example, all right, what is happening here, the dialogue that is happening here, when the ministers can say freely, we'll support the private sector. People have commented coming here. His Highness the Chief here from Nigeria was surprised that he come in without challenges. My colleague here were in Egypt about a month or 2 ago. It cost him a lot of money to obtain a visa to get into Egypt. These are the barriers we're talking about. If we are serious about advancing trade integration under the AFTA, these are the barriers that must be addressed timely. And this issue about money, we have gold across the continent. We have diamond across the continent. You have all your natural resources. You have the land. What are we waiting for?
Your last word, sir?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for your intervention.
Thank you, moderator, and pleasure being here. Very inspiring conversations. My name is Eugene Toretto. I work with Trademark Africa, and we do a lot of trade and trade facilitation aspects of trade. Why did I stand up? It's just because, as you said earlier, we keep talking, and talking. Can we move from talking to action? What do we need to do? I think there are three things that we need to look at. It's the policies. Are they right? Which is the trade environment that we keep talking about. It's the processes and procedures that determine how goods and people move beyond borders. How do we ensure that those processes are aligned to what the ASFTA is actually looking for? Do we need to hire anyone to do that? Probably not. Do we have experts who can do that? Yes, they are. Where is the missing link? We need an action of how we get there. So we need to take some baby steps. We talk about policies, processes, but there's also technology that we have also been talking about, Smart Africa. We've talked about PAPSA. Why is it not happening? We have M-Pesa and Momo. Brigitte talked about how she transferred money. I live in Kenya. I can get my money from M-Pesa, send it to myself in Rwanda, and vice versa. So if I'm a small trader and I want Maasai cross from Nairobi, I can get it. Where is the missing link? Why are we not doing things right? Talk about, it may be very costly, but the banks in East Africa have come together and you can actually transfer money in short time. You can be able to see, and actually your importer or exporter be able to see that your goods are actually paid for. So I think the challenge is action. So we need to move from the talk into action. And I think where I see it from Trademark Africa, that's what we can do. And we've been trying to do that through the construction of one-stop border posts, bringing people to get together, bringing people to system to be interoperable, and also trying to address some of the logistical challenges that we face. But I think the underlying factor of all these things is the people. People that are skilled, that are able to manage the processes, to be able to translate, be able to interpret the processes and procedures and be able to apply them, and not complicate the way goods are moving from one point to the other. Be able to interpret the rules of origin, which is the passport to goods moving from one point to the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can take 2 more interventions and then bring it back to the panel and try and close. There is a gentleman in the far end there. That one, and then the one who's holding the microphone. But we can start with him since he had raised. Introduce yourself and straight to the point, please.
Thank you for this platform. My name is Haririma Nahirwa Mursal. I come from the company that's called We Codify. We are a software and digital marketing company that's based in Rwanda. So as the forum is called Golden Business Forum, first of all, I want us to be having this golden mindset. Because what I have got in our journey, especially in technology, we have this, what I can call generation conflict. Why do I call it generation conflict? Most of the time, as young generation, when we try to approach like different people in different industries, they don't even give us trust or to trust what we do, like some different systems that we provide just to facilitate in different activities, because they don't see trust in us while we know that we know what we're doing. So my question is, and it's the same as the concern, as I have lucky to be here to be gathered with all of different people who had different departments, which concerned to IT. I wanted to ask them, is it possible if they can offer the opportunity to young generation whenever we approach to them so that they can hear about us and then they analyze what we are offering. If they saw or they see it can work to facilitate the community, and then they help in boosting and promoting the system that we are sharing. Another thing, as
Straight to the point, if you don't mind.
yes. Another thing I wanted to mention, we face different difficulties in getting like online payments. As we have said a lot, we have different partners in online payment, but we don't have this international payment. Like for me, I got a challenge while I was looking for a payment with DPO. They said they can't offer an international payment to local search engine platform. So I need our government can be entering in that such a kind of the issues that you made. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay,
Thank you.
We'll take that question and then a last one here in front.
Okay, I'm Dorian Hwari, and
Please speak louder.
I'm Dorian Hwari, and I'm happy to be here. My question is going to be about digital protection, protection of our data. So, as Honorable Minister said, data is now the new gold. So, when we speak about digitalization, means about collection of data and data analysis of the market and people. How Africa is ready to protect its data, or are we going in the new colonization era of digital data from big company from China, America, or Europe? As you have heard about news, there is some war between China and America about getting information of one another. So how Africa is going to protect its data? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The last one from me, and we can bring it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. I'm James Ndahiro from Capital Market Authority. I have one question to the panelists. Do we have any supercomputer seated on the African continent?
Yes, we have. Supercomputer.
How many do we need? Number two, how are we jointly as Africans working on the hard infrastructure? The private sector can play a role in maybe soft infrastructure like they are doing, but the hard infrastructure is beyond their capacity. How are we building partnerships with governments the hard infrastructure? I mean, if you have to export maize now from Kigali to Yaoundé, where do you pass? How visible is it? So I just wanted to know if we are working towards creating partnerships that can create that conducive environment you are mentioning about. Lastly, if you look at the kind of agreements all African countries are entering into with global players, are we mindful of our role in the global business? Or we are going to continue being consumers, like from the time of Industrial Revolution up to today, every time we consume, we consume. If we have to be players now, isn't it time now to review some of those agreements? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we are running out of time, and I just got a note of that as well. And so as we answered the questions, we had the different comments on payments, on conducive business environment, on action to put this in place. And then we had the questions around the generational conflict, which I think it's a symptom of understanding if digitalization is a business, actually. When you don't understand that, it comes into as a symptom of people not trusting innovators and young entrepreneurs who are creating technologies for businesses. payment system. I think I can answer that straight away. And you can talk to us at Irembo. We build payment system for entrepreneurs like yourself. So shameless plug in that sense. And then data protection, as well as whether we have a supercomputer or hard infrastructure. Maybe we can start with you. You answer the question, and then your parting shots as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Me, I go to straight the gentleman of the lack of trust. The lack of trust, it's a complex question, but Rwanda is doing a lot. And I have been in his shoes. But what I can answer is, the first thing is what we are discussing here, this boldness. We need to be bold. We need to change things. So we are going like government 2.0, where they will be publishing these opportunities. And on the continent, that's why we have this GBF, all these gentlemen from other countries. We will keep connecting, keep discussing, and see this government 2.0. We can have tenders, like huge money coming in development. And what you have to know, what he has to know is, if government, Irembo exists because of the government policy and willing. So if we can convince all governments to start looking, you know, it's just like moving their eyes here. Now they are looking here, so we are, and this GBF actually, that's why it's here, is to try to bring the eyes on you guys. So just you make sure you do good coding, good product, but the solution, to cut it short, is these tenders, the value of your software, you need to change from doing a software with interface. Even us in PSF and the ICT chamber, I know you know Alex, try also to see how the people sitting here can see value in your system. Of course, the value will be if what we are discussing here are enabled, like they will say, all tenders are in this application. And if you do that application, people will come to you. So it's a complex discussion, but don't worry, many people pass there. And what we are trying to do in Rwanda, all these gentlemen here are showing the energy of coming to help you guys. We know in Rwanda the youth need jobs, but good jobs. So to cut it short, what I'm trying to say is, make sure you're doing good your coding. We are going to make sure you get the contract. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take on the, what are the African government doing to protect our data, because we are no longer a gross domestic product, but the gross data product. And that's the reason you see the creations of, we have first of all Malabo Convention by the African Union, when in many countries has to ratify. I think the last country was in Mauritania, like 2 months ago. It's about 16 or 15, 16 countries now. They create all different institutions like cybersecurity agency, personal data protection, electronic transaction agency to be able to protect our data. But on the top of that, I will give you a very concrete example how governments are protecting the data to be in Africa. A unique country like Rwanda, for example, Rwandan data must stay in Rwanda. I mean, that's the law. If you go to the web hosting or the cloud provider, they will tell the Rwandan data needs to stay. That is the behavior that we all need to take to be able to protect our sovereignty. Because remember, in the second that a Kenyan company goes to America, it wants to host the Pentagon data in Kenya. Is that possible? No. Is a South African company can go and bid to host, I don't know, in cloud services, a big giant tech company in the US. Is it possible? No. Then if we are not careful with our data sovereignty, we will be recolonized again using the digital. And this time, I don't think we're gonna get out of it because it will be infinite. Every day we have a digital footprint. So that's how governments are doing. An example, what Rwanda took exactly, some other country, of course, are following suit. To the question, the last question, I think I can tackle into that. Government must build hard infrastructure for the private sector to be able to flourish. The government realized, at least I know within Smart Africa, they need to be creating a conducive environment for the private sector to take off. Because put it this way, a government is investing in a hard infrastructure and it is operating infrastructure. We all know, can you wake up a government employee at 3 o'clock in the morning for a service level agreement? You cannot. It means the role of the government is to create a conducive environment. Then we all talk about, oh, if the government is not really investing in the hard infrastructure, how can we get it? This has been the fundamental questions every single time forum that we go to. Access to funds. Access to funds has never been an issue because I truly believe, from my experience at Smart Africa, that access to funds is like a rain. For it to rain, you need a certain condition of the cloud. The condition for the cloud in order to rain in the finance world, in our world here, is basically you need to create a conducive environment for a public service concession to a private sector. And you will see the money flowing. When they see any interest, because one thing the private sector do not like is unpredictability. If you're able to de-risk that factor, I think access to fund for private sector to take over even hard infrastructure, hard investment, that will happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO Moizi.
Thank you. I'll start off with a young man who asked a question about why they're not trusted. I think it's a cost-benefit analysis or a risk factor. If you come to me as a businessman and you want to build an application or anything, what I'm looking at is the bottom line. Well, what is in for me as a business? Because you must understand that, by the way, there's a misconception that government don't run businesses. No, government actually are doing business. Yes. But it's a business that they don't charge for. It's a service they're giving to citizens. So it's also a business. So I'm looking at it from that cost-benefit analysis or the risk factor. If you're not adding to my bottom line, if you're not making my life easier, look, I'll not waste my time. So you really need to reframe your thinking and your approach to how you approach. It's not an issue of old age versus young age, no. It's a risk factor that they are evaluating, and it's a value for money. I think the second point that was asked was about data protection, which was talked about. In Rwanda, actually the law comes into force in about 2 months, October 15th. That's when the data protection and privacy law comes into force, where every data processor, data controller needs to comply. Yes, there are initiatives on the continent that are taking place, like those ones, but we need to accelerate them so that we are able to provide not only legal instruments, but also have technical instruments that are able to make sure that the personal data of the Africans is protected. And the other point that I was asked is about supercomputers. Yes, we do have some supercomputers on the continent, some that are known and others that are not known, but there are there. But I think we are getting into the age where it's inevitable to have them. We will need to, and I think this is where the investment and partnership between the public and private sector needs to come in to really make sure that we have these instruments. Because with the amount of data and processing that is required, if you don't have supercomputers that are able to churn out that amount of data, I don't think we'll be able to realize the benefits that we ought to realize. And then the final point was about hard infrastructure. Actually, governments have been doing that for a good number of years. And the case in point is in Rwanda, where the government invested heavily in the backbone, the fiber backbone that we have in the country. The government invested in the national data center, which was later on handed over to the private operator, same as the fiber backbone. So the government actually is good at investing in hard infrastructure to spur the growth of the market. And these are things that the government is still willing to do, and I believe this is the same across the continent. Because, truth be told, if that is not done, then you're not de-risking that area or that sector for private sector to come in. And I think this is where the strong partnership comes in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. Honorable Minister, for your closing remarks.
Thank you so much. And thank you, my colleagues. You have already answered most of the issues. I just wanted to comment that I think the EcoBank example is good for us to pay attention to and understand how it is working and see if it is something we could adopt. As I come from science, technology, and innovation, so we are excited with innovations. So definitely, Uganda will pay some attention, pay some critical attention, because if we can solve that issue of payment, we will enhance business, because we are discussing this topic because we want to enhance value and want to create wealth. And you cannot create wealth on the continent when you are throwing away most of it. Many times we are just not even aware, but we are throwing away most of the wealth, so we cannot accumulate it on the continent. So if wealth is moving from Uganda to Rwanda to Ghana, it is staying on the continent. And we should have that as a key principle. Creating wealth on the continent means we have to really keep most of it. We can't completely be independent of others, but we must reduce the flow of wealth from the continent if we are going to accumulate it. The other issue, the conducive environment that we talk about, a conducive environment, for now speaking as from the government point of view, we require 3 critical ingredients for us to work out a conducive environment. One is knowledge. Oftentimes, the young innovators have their knowledge, those in the government don't have it. And how do we make sure that there is a basic understanding of what we are talking about? I've attended many fora in my country, and they are usually in the small groups, in hotels, but there are no government people there listening to them. And so they get frustrated because there is just no knowledge of what they are talking in the government system sufficient to create for them a conducive environment. The second thing we need is trust. Not trust in the people, but trust in the technology. Somebody referred to, for example, the digital currencies and what, governments carry a lot at stake for the citizens and for the economy. And so it's contingent upon the private sector to comfort government that we can trust this. And the other thing we need are tools. Government may not be able to create the tools, but when you've created the technology, you've created that tool, then it is easy for us to package an environment for that. So in this collaboration of government, private sector, it's very, very important. The issue of generation, that generation conflict, I just want to make one additional point. What they have said, it is that transition, we are in a transition, not a jumping from a cliff. So transition is going to require an incremental introduction of the new as we reduce the old. So it's going to take some time. And I like these dialogues and these talks. It enhances and facilitates, and we should keep at it. Sometimes we don't keep track of how far we have moved. We keep track of how far we haven't gone. But let's also see how far have we come, how much progress, so that we can move. And lastly, as my parting shot, I want to emphasize the issue of ownership. Ownership of platforms, ownership of technology, but ownership means investment. And we cannot run away from investment. Investment is for both governments and private sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, panelists, for gracing us today. And thank you all for following through. I wish you all the best for the rest of the event.
Another warm round of applause, please, for our panelists. And thank you, Israel, for taking us through this wonderful session. I think we've all learned quite a lot and had some questions answered and ideas pitched or shared. All right, we are having people join us back from the other breakaway sessions. So as they do that, I'll just ask the first plenary panel to be getting ready. So we are going to have this panel session led by Ms. Juliana Lindsay, the Country Director for UNICEF Rwanda. She will take us through a panel on the power of inclusion, guide fund care for businesses for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And as they prepare to come up on the stage, we will have this session for just 1 hour, and then it will be followed by another half-hour session, and then we will break off into lunch. So please do bear with us. We will get started in a few minutes. Are you ready? Yes, okay. Just checking if all the speakers are in the room. So we have our colleagues and other participants still joining in from the breakout sessions, but we will get started immediately with this session. So Ms. Juliana Lindsay, you're welcome on the stage to take us through the next panel. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, Murakoze Channe, and good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to see you all. So we're going to have a panel looking at issues of inclusion of women, of young people, of people with disabilities, of other groups, and we have a very esteemed group of panelists to join us. I will call their names and ask you to take a seat up here, and then we will kick off. The first, and we're very grateful to Honorable Minister Musenera from Uganda for doing 2 panels back-to-back. So welcome, Honorable Minister. We also have Ms. Therese Sekemana, the chairperson of the Specialized Cluster in the Private Sector Federation of Rwanda. We have Dr. Amani Asfour, the president of the Africa Business Council, from whom we heard the other morning. Mrs. Irene Ochem, the founder and chief executive officer of the African Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum, as well as Dr. James Ndahiro, the chair of the board of directors for Zigama, which is a bank here in Rwanda. So let me just see if we have Dr. Ndahiro. Yes, very good, perfect. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Juliana, to interrupt your session. May I kindly ask that we please move forward? I see a lot of people in the back. Please come spread out here. Move forward, please. I will not get off the stage until you do so. Please come. Let's kindly have people move forward, please, and spread out to this section. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So colleagues, give us just a moment, please. I've requested one more chair so that our final panelist can join us. And I'm sure that will be with us shortly. Very good. Thank you for the chair. So Ms. Sekemana may have just stepped out. I saw her a minute ago. I'm sure she'll be with us shortly, but in the interest of time, because I know we have a full program, perhaps we'll go ahead. I hope that's all right with everyone. So welcome very much, and thank you so much for joining us. As I said, this panel is looking at issues of vulnerability. We were talking yesterday about making sure that growth is inclusive, making sure that everyone can benefit from economic growth, from wealth in particular, from the opportunities that business offers. And so today we're going to talk about how different organizations and entities are having success and also perhaps some challenges in making that happen so that we can think through some possible solutions. So to kick off, I'm just going to ask each of the panelists first to give us a very short introduction, of yourself, of your organization, very briefly, and then we'll come to some very specific questions. So please, Dr. Asfour.
So thank you very much. I am Dr. Asfour, President for the Africa Business Council. The Africa Business Council established in line with the Heads of State Decision Summit to be the voice of the African private sector and to fast-track the establishment of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and also to promote our intra-Africa trade. And our competitive vision is innovative, borderless in Africa for trade, investment, and industrialization. And within the whole clusters that we have clusters that really speaks to women, youth, SMEs, and people with disabilities, and of an inclusive manner of including all the private sector.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Dr. Ndahiro, welcome.
Okay.
It's on, so I think you're good.
Thank you. I'm James Ndahiro. As you mentioned, I'm the chair of Gamasiese, one of the local banks. Is it on?
It was on.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Perfect. I think that's good.
Okay, thank you. I chair one of the banks in Rwanda, and we provide financial services to our members. We are a cooperative movement, and we ensure that the access to finance is affordable, and that's the area we are involved in. Thank you.
Excellent, and we'll hear some more details about some of your programs later on. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mrs. Ochem.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Ochem. I am founder and the CEO of an organization called Africa Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum. And by that, you also get the meaning of our organization in the name. We're about women in Africa, supporting them and we develop design programs to support their growth as business leaders and innovators. We work with different organizations, development partners, the corporate, the private sector, and government. So we do training, and then we do also advocacy for gender mainstreaming. And one of the ways that we do that is that we host a conference to bring the ecosystem and the stakeholders together. I'll be speaking more about that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I suppose you need no introduction, but please share with us.
I'm Dr. Monica Msenero. I'm the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation in Uganda.
Excellent, thank you. And Ms. Sekamana.
Thank you. Sorry to be a bit late. My name is Teresa Sekamana. I'm the chairperson of the Specialized Cluster, which is an umbrella organization of 3 special groups of entrepreneurs. We are special because we are women, we manage our family, and we manage our businesses. Thank you. We are special because we are young entrepreneurs. We are the future of the economy of Rwanda. Rwanda rudutezeho byinshi. We are special as people of determination because our determination, our passion goes beyond our disability. We are commonly called people with disability entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So to kick off with a few questions for each of our panelists this morning, and then we will, as usual, turn to the audience in a bit for some questions and thoughts from you. But first, Honorable Minister, many of the ministries on the continent that work in science and technology are focusing on improving digital access and digital inclusion for everyone. Could you talk a little bit about some challenges that you may be facing regarding digital inclusion, whether for youth, for women, for people with disabilities, for other groups, and how is your ministry managing to address these challenges?
Thank you very much. The issue of inclusion is very, very important and critical. And it's important that we first understand what's exclusion. Because sometimes we think about inclusion, and we miss certain things. So exclusion is simple, not being given opportunity to participate. You don't have an opportunity to participate in what is happening so that you can make that choice whether you should take advantage of something or not. So we have various levels of exclusion on the continent. And of course, the first and most known is people who have different disabilities, that they do not rhyme with the standard which has been developed. And because of that, when we develop a technology, chances are that they may not be included at the same rate. Often later, there may be additions, but the exclusion results into these people accessing technology later than the others. So they are delayed because they did not have early access. And so their different ability has been thought about much later. The other issue is women or gender exclusion. By nature, at least on the continent, we still believe there are two genders. By nature, the biologically female, we have different abilities. Not any inferior or superior, but we just need technology which is appropriate. Think about the traditional tractor. Not many women will access the tractor. And so when I get a tractor even to do something small on my farm, I have to hire someone because I cannot use it. So we can be excluded that way. But then there are other exclusions from centers of discussion where decisions are being made about technologies. For example, young people may not be at the table. When you look at most of the boards, most of the decision-making across the continent, the average age is 50 or above. Especially when we're talking about technology, the decision-makers in government. So the young people find themselves sometimes excluded because their interests and their vision of their future has not been taken care of, because they are viewed as still young or they don't yet access the positions where these people are taking decisions. Now, the other group of people who are excluded are the elderly. This came up, my background is public health, but when we were designing tools for HIV in public health, we didn't think about the elderly. And at some point, we noticed HIV was rising in the elderly. They were excluded. So sometimes the elderly who are no longer very active, we are not taking care of them. We're not taking care of their needs. They have information. Some of their information is stuck where they were at the epoch of their age, and they need more effort to take care of their needs. And some of the technologies we are bringing seem very intrusive to them, and we are not taking care of their needs. And the last is geographical exclusion. In most of our countries, we tend to think about business in the urban centers for a certain caliber of people, and really on the continent, we have a lot of huge rural populations. Many of them still struggle to access as basic things as mobile network. Of course, they were excluded from the other telephone, but they don't have mobile network. Internet access is very poor, and so they are excluded. So technological, as a minister for science and technology, I have to make sure that I'm reaching across the circle of who should be participating in these in the business, in the technology development, such that nobody is left behind. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Very, very important insights, I think, from a national perspective. Let's turn now to a couple of the continental organizations. Dr. Asfour, the Africa Business Council has a clear vision, which you have shared with us. Can you tell us how are you going to use that vision to help empower women, youth, people with disabilities?
So thank you very much. Actually, we are talking now about creating prosperity and wealth through the ACFTA. The Africa Business Council established in the same decision summit of establishing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Now, I just tend to change the narrative. Women, youth, and people with different abilities are not vulnerable groups, and they are not actually marginalized groups. They are the core of our people, of our society. Because women are 50% of our people of Africa, youth under 25 constitute more than 65% of our African population. So if we're talking really about strengthening our African private sector, women, youth, people with different abilities are part and parcel of the human resources that we need to empower to realize the real development. Because it's a business case. It's not really about men and women. It's about building the capacity of 100% of our human resources of Africa, which is all of us. So we have to be really, you know anything about simplified trade regime? Nothing. And I repeated the same example now. I asked the women again when the ACFTA, do you know anything about ACFTA? Still they don't understand. So the real empowerment with reference to us is to outreach and to give information about what we are trying to do and to give data and to build the capacity of our people. The second pillar, how to help, is policy advocacy. We need to have preferential treatment for government procurement for our African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth. And that's again what I advocated as I was Chair Commissioners Council, and now I'm advocating to have at least 40% of government procurement goes to African private sector, including SMEs, women and youth. So if we do this, we will by law give our people of Africa and Africa private sector a 40% of our government procurement, which is trillions of dollars, that creating wealth to others outside the continent. So we are exporting our wealth, we are exporting our job creation, we are exporting our prosperity. But if we really have this law of government procurement, we will really empower our people. And the third pillar, as I mentioned, is about product development. So if we empower the women and the youth and people with disabilities and have the policy, and then we don't have a good product for Africa, what are we going to do? Get containers from Dubai and China to trade among ourselves? Or we have a made in Africa product which is competitive, standardized, value added, branded, packaged, the whole made in Africa label. So at this point, Africa Business Council is partnering with ARZO, which we can use that can really realize this, but we need to invest in them. So this is women. Other programs that we have for women in agriculture and women in jewelry. You know, all of us now know the minerals of the continent. The gemstones goes to Jaipur, India to be cut and polished there, and then we got it after we add value there. Why? Now we are putting programs to have training center for cutting and polishing our own stones. This very nice piece of jewelry from Madagascar, but unfortunately, it cannot have access to the direct market internationally. It has to go through other channels of other countries to have international markets. So now we're currently working to see how we set up these training centers for cutting and polishing our own African stones. So this is only two examples of what we can do all of together, but we need to have a business directory of what's existing on the continent. So when we, as women and youth, having a product, we need to promote this product. So marketing is very important. And this is how all of us come together to realize business linkages and to see what are the women here in Rwanda doing? What is the women doing in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Lesotho, in Malawi, Zambia? How are we going to trade among ourselves if we don't know about each other? So this is another thing to make a business registry for the existing manufacturers and for existing women entrepreneurs in different sectors and youth entrepreneurs. And of course, we have a certain cluster now that we're developing for people with disabilities because we found out that there is a huge, huge need of empowering our African people and leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I suspect that, Mrs. Ochem, your organization is also doing quite a bit regarding empowering women, not just for their businesses, but also to take advantage of AFCFTA, so that at the borders they know. They can say, yes, I know about it, and I'm using it. Can you tell us what are you doing and what else do you think needs to be done to achieve these goals?
Thank you. So yes, we are an organization, a women's economic empowerment organization. So 100% we focus on driving the participation and the leadership of women in business and in the African economy. And when you say African economy, the recent, the most current trending framework in that is the African Continental Free Trade Area. So working with women to achieve our objectives and missions, we work on four different, we have identified four different areas that we work in. And that is skills building, so entrepreneurial skills building. It's about facilitating access to market for the entrepreneurs. It's about facilitating access to finance and then creating a network for them to connect, interact for peer learning. And it's about also advocating. So we engage with policymakers because they need to mainstream gender in everything. And working with them, these areas are the areas, the challenges, the barriers that we have identified. There is no equal participation in the economy. There's no equal access to finance. That is a huge barrier. There is no equal access to markets. And there we are working also to ensure that there is that equal access to the opportunities that the AFTA will, is unleashing and will unleash. And women are excluded from getting finance, not totally excluded, but the gap is huge. According to the African Development Bank, it's more than a $60 million gap in providing finance to women-led businesses. So to close these gaps, we work with different partners. We run different programs. We have a program that is focused on getting entrepreneurs investment ready, because if you want to talk about access to finance, you need to be, you have to be attractive to investors. Then we work, so in that area, we are currently working with the African Development Bank. ADB has an initiative called the AFAWA, Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. We are one of the entrepreneurship enabling organizations that they are working. AFAWA has three pillars to it. And one is technical assistance, and that's where we come in. There is the policy pillar where they work with governments to mainstream gender. And there is the access to finance where they work with banks and financial institutions on the continent to provide access to finance. So our role is to train the entrepreneurs, get them investment ready, and then channel them to that AFAWA financing facility. AFAWA is working with the Africa Guarantee Fund, and through the Africa Guarantee Fund, then the women coming out of the program can access finance. It's not only ADB that has all these facilities in place, initiatives, but it's not enough. What we are seeing is not enough. So there are challenges, a lot of them, in accessing finance, in accessing market, and we want to see how women can get equal participation, equal consideration in both the opportunities coming from the AFTA, but also being at the table, to be part of the conversation, part of the implementation, part of the policy making. How do we ensure that participation? The Honorable Minister mentioned the different areas of exclusion, of women. And one of them that we are seeing is women in the rural communities. It's not only people with disabilities or young women, but in the rural communities. And that's a huge number of women. I'll give an example with agriculture. More than 70% of agricultural practice on the continent is in the hands of women, and they are in the rural communities. So, and there we have to think of what innovative options are available to be able to close those gaps. And those are the areas we are working on. I would mention one of our areas of advocacy is our annual conference. So every year we host the AWIF conference and AWIF Awards. We've been doing it for the past 8 years. This year would be the 9th edition, and we're hosting it on the 9th and 10th of November here in Kigali. We are partnering with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation. We are partnering with Therese and the PSF Women's Cluster. We are partnering with RCB. And we invite you, it's our platform, our way of bringing the entrepreneurship ecosystem on the continent and even beyond. We have development partners participating. We have government policymakers participating. We have the entrepreneurs, the startups. We have the different ecosystem players, the investors, and also the media, because we have to also promote and support this through media. So I'm inviting you, everybody, to our conference to meet again, because these conversations need to continue. And hopefully, as we meet and dialogue and discuss, we also learn to eventually put, walk our talk and all that. So the Africa is a very important thing for women, because that is the future, and that is trading intra-Africa, and that is a huge opportunity for inclusion.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
thank you. We will all look forward to the conference. It sounds like it will be really exciting. Thank you for the invitation. So let's go back to a country perspective. Ms. Sekamana, tell us what the cluster in PSF is doing to support particularly women, youth, other groups to access AFCFTA, to have skills, et cetera.
Thank you. In fact, what we are doing, we are just assisting and pushing a bit what people already have in mind on our heart. First of all, we did create a space for those special people that we are, which is called Entrepreneurs Desk. What do we do there? You have your idea, you are already an entrepreneur, being a woman, being a young entrepreneur, being a person with determination, you are most welcome. We try to grow your business. How do we try to grow your business? We provide trainings. Those trainings are provided in that comfort zone where we can speak our language, we can share our weaknesses, we can share our strengths, peer learning. After getting the trainings that we need, because we are the ones who knows what we need, we try to get the certification to go out of the country, which is needed. We get all the information, gather them together, and share with our members. Then, once we are ready, we approach the bank. We approach the bank with the support of BDF. I know there is a lot of people who really do not believe in BDF, but please, I'm a living example of BDF. I couldn't afford to build a hydropower plant. I didn't have a collateral of millions of dollars. So please come, approach us. There is someone from BDF who is waiting for you to assist you. This Friday and Monday, we have BRD coming to help our members to fill the form and access EGF. Please come. Money is there outside. We always say that our first issue is access to finance. Let's challenge people. Let's try, then we go with data. We go with facts. let's say hundreds of people did apply EGF, but only 2 got GDF. But we truly believe that those hundreds of people can access EGF. So let's push up to the end. That is within Rwanda and the environment created by our government. In fact, for those who do not know, BDF, they do cover the collateral up to 70% for women, and youth, person with determination. It's a public agency belonging to the government, which is in place since few years. Then for those who are going out of the country, we are talking about AFCFTA. How are we going to be ready once we know what is needed, how to go there? We offer exposure through our partners. As you did hear yesterday, the executive director of ITC was talking about the hub of SheTrade. We are the hub of SheTrade in Rwanda. There is not only the trainings, but also the assist for the exposure. Go for trade fairs. Go and see how it happens somewhere else. Then over that, we have another project that we are working on, especially for AFCFTA. How are we going to go out there? We are a bit special, but we want to go together. We want to build some Rwanda house in few countries. We are talking with our embassies. We are talking with our partners. We have different partners. Dr. Amani is there to assist. We have Irene. We have other partners who are not around, but who are keen to support. SheTrade is one of them. Timea, we believe they are ready to support. And why we want to go together? There is a lot of barriers that we want to respond together. The issue of English or languages in some part of the world, the issue of administration, which is not yet very clear for all of us. The issue of logistics, we have our own solutions that we are bringing there, but I think we are going to talk about it because it's one young entrepreneur who is part of the project, and we want to go with him. So we are doing a lot to try and see how we can go together, because as we say, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, come with us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And finally, for some other concrete examples, Dr. Ndahiro, you were telling me about the very special funds that the Zegama Bank has on offer. Could you share those with the audience?
Is it on? Thank you.
Yeah.
You asked me a question, but I would like to ask a question as well before I answer. And this question goes to the audience and everybody here. It is something I borrowed from one of the African cultures, and it is in the form of a question. Now, the question is this. Can you trim a man's hair in his absence? That's the question I would like us to think about, and probably we shall answer in due course. Now, Zegama CSS is a credit and savings society bank. It was formed as a cooperative to take care of the most low-paid cadres of the state. It was formed with a welfare action in mind. Given the economic situation or the economic levels of development, it was not easy for the government to take care of that particular group in a way that is conducive to everybody. So, as a credit and saving society, our power is in our savings. So we made savings as a compulsory action. Over time, we put together our meager resources and use the resources to lend to each other. It has worked. But after a while, we realized that most of our members are absent landlords. We came with this idea of taking care of empowering the spouses. So we started a family product whose objective was to improve the household income. Now, as you know, most of you work with banks. When you are conducting any loan analysis, there are specific things in the financial sector that you look at. But we agreed among ourselves that we are going to do things differently. With the family loans, we look at the spouses and their passions, not the business plan per se. What are you willing to engage in? Do you like it? Do you love it? If you've not done it before, can we support you to start? And we watch, as we watch, we monitor the progress and we accompany you through. That product has worked. We have served over 26,000 women, and we have disbursed about close to 36 billion Rwandan francs. And in that particular group, we have witnessed that less than 0.5% have not paid on time. Less than 0.5%. So they are able to work with borrowed money, and they are able to pay. After a while, we decided to now improve their entrepreneurship skills and probably interest them to join that space. We came up with a product called group funding, whereby we look at women forming cooperatives, small cooperatives, and we encourage them not to exceed 15 people. Between 5 to 15 maximum. Again, we realized that one of the barriers to access to finance, as we are told, was collateral or security guarantee. Now, we are working with this idea that collective wisdom can help more than even the collateral we seek for. If they are together, and if they know each other, and if they have identified something in common with a passion, something they like, they are not in it just to pass time or to make money, then we are willing to risk the capital without asking for collateral. This has helped And we realized that the traditional ways of giving loans or the traditional banking standards and regulations don't work if you have to help people. All these were designed for a specific purpose. Investors in those banks are looking at their returns. And even in business schools, even those who have gone through business schools, you know that there are models already stipulated there. How do you look for cash flows? How do you determine the payback period? All those things. Those were established and put in place not to give support to the client, but to protect the investor. So I'm not saying they are rubbish, they are useful. But if you are looking at financial inclusion, if we are looking at empowering people, really you have to go beyond those set standards. We are currently looking at the possibility of not only empowering families or those groups, but talking to our smaller cooperatives, because business is not everybody's. I mean, we talk about business and we think that everybody is interested in a business. No. There are people who are not interested in a business, but everybody is interested in income, isn't it? Now, we are looking at possibilities of our cooperatives transitioning from micro businesses to be part of the supply chain, bigger supply chains. Instead of asking two women or a group of them who are producing tomatoes, just to produce them and then market them and take them to the market, they can be part of a bigger supply chain that deals with that specific product. We are exploring that, and hopefully we might be able to succeed with it. So Zigama CSS as a bank, yes, we are a bank and we are fully supervised by the central bank and we follow all the prudential guidelines, but sometimes we do things differently depending on the needs of our people. That's why in our practices, we don't design any product for our members. No. We go down, we do public outreach programs, and then we discuss with them what they want. As we come up, then we give them some available information, and we help them to structure. So ours is bottom up. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Ndahiro. I think you've given us a lot of wisdom in your comments. I'll just go back quickly to Ms. Sakamana, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And we will come back to everyone for closing remarks in a bit as well.
Yes. Thank you. There is something very, very important I forgot to mention about what we are doing for our members to be ready for AFCFTA and beyond. We got 40 computers with the support of ICT, the Ministry of ICT, and GIZ. So what we are going to do is to put all the trainings that we are getting on those computers. Any of our members can come anytime and access the trainings. Then you will access also internet for free, which is a huge step. We are calling up on our panelists on the previous panel, Rwandan, to come and support the specialized cluster, those special people, to go more digital. Thank you.
Excellent. That sounds like a good way to deal with some of the digital inclusion challenges, to give people access. Thank you. All right. Any thoughts, questions, challenges? One of the things I liked about yesterday was that we had some challenges in the room for the panelists to think through and respond to. I saw a hand back there. Do we have colleagues going around with mics on this side and then on the aisle? I think you're there at the aisle first. Okay, please go ahead, and then we'll come to this side.
Thank you, everyone, honorable ministers. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivan Morris. I'm from Mountain Creation. It's a fintech company. I don't have this as a question, but it should be taken as an advice if you want. All right, so how I see the empowerment of youth and women in Africa. As we all know here in Rwanda, during the COVID-19, Vuba Vuba was introduced, and most of the people no longer go to the restaurant. They just place an order and then the food come to their places. So I see the e-commerce as a future retail in the commerce sector. And for the private sectors as well, for the small and medium enterprises, we lack capital. That means money to rent our stores. But when you use an e-commerce platform, you don't need to rent a store, right? You can have your product at home, and then you can sell it just online. So I believe that empowering e-commerces in African countries can be also a good impact in facilitating the youth and women's businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've used Vuba Vuba myself, so I know how valuable that is. I know what you mean. Thank you. We had another question on this side.
Bruce Sachindi. I run a textile and garment manufacturing company, and I have some reflections. Firstly, on cross-border trade, I was visiting a company, one of the largest scale manufacturers here of garment in Rwanda, and they face the challenge that to export to South Africa, they have about a 20% export tax, but to export to London, it's about a 0% export tax. So I think we kind of need to bridge the gap between policy and the private sector as well. But I want to also commend the work that has been done. Kuza Africa, the company which I run, is run by myself, a Rwandan, but alongside with 3 Kenyan business women. So it's really a true example of integration. And last week we just had a conference that looked at sustainable and circular textile and garment manufacturing. And one of the things that came about was the creation of turning bamboo into thread. So that's the mission that we're on today. So that's my call of action for anyone who'd like to partner with us. And last but not least, in terms of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, I would like to encourage us to perhaps think about changing the name, because I don't know how the mobile money agents or people in the villages will actually internalize this true mission that we're on if they can't even connect to the name. A little bird told me that on the higher levels in the AU, we're encouraging that, so I'm just simply sending energy to that. And I want to thank you for giving me the time and space to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We feel your energy. Fantastic. There was another one back there, and then we'll come to the front. And I'm looking this side, here in the middle then. We'll move this way.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Gatera, representing G-Step Group. G-Step Group is specialized in coffee processing and tourism. I'm just here to make a few comments regarding access to finance. So this has been a very big issue to startups and everyone here, as the gentleman talked of interest in income. Everyone is not very much interested in business, but everyone is interested in income. That's very true. So, but for those who are interested in business, at a certain point, they look at scaling up. So scaling up, but what we have realized, me personally, many things are changing in this economy, but access to finance keeps coming up all the time. and willing to give the money, including Zigama or BDF, other banks. They're willing to give the money out. But the thing is, lack of information to the people is not there, and also the procedures, the process of getting this money becomes a very big issue. Banks tend to use big words, a lot of English. When they ask you, oh, bring your books of accounts audited and certified, a common man will say, oh my God, where do I get this stuff? And when you try to look out for any accountant, they will charge invest $800 in getting the books, certified. Also, lack of information becomes a very big challenge. And that's why we have seen some of the microfinances making the process to access the money easier. Most of them prefer to go through some of the money lenders where the interest is very high, but because the process is simpler, but not because it's better. So I think we need to review the processes that are put together by the banks and also...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you.
Raise your voice.
Yes, so my name is Eric Morenzi. I represent Umienzi Firm. We employ 93 women, and our farm manager is actually a woman too. Oh, thank you, thank you. So we've had this project of creating child care centers at our farm so that when these women come to work, they can just leave their children over there. And we've been putting money aside.
The problem in export is funding. And when we are talking about African market, we talk about policies, we talk about organization, but we don't talk about funding. Now, we have a good example given by Dr. Ndahiro. I'm very happy for that. How can we have a system that can help this? I'm talking about women, because we are women exporters, and we have a lot of problems. And we need a forum or an organization or our platform, a program for exports. From, like we say, we are talking about value chain, from the beginners up to the special exporters. We don't have that platform, and it's a gap if we are entering inter-African market. So when it comes to the special example of Zigama CSS, they started by their own money, savings. I'm telling you, if you don't start saving schemes in Africa, we are not going far. Because we will still using the money from outside, and we'll work for them until when we will have our own money in Africa and trade among us. Otherwise, we will still work for them, have what may be our profit, and it will go, yes, it will go back to them. In French, they call it, there is a technical word in French, but let's start today using that kind of system they used through cooperatives, through, in West Africa, they use something called economic groups, EGF, on les appelle EGF, dans l'Afrique de l'Ouest. On utilise ça, les groupements, des groupes économiques, des petits groupes de gens qui sont ensemble, the small groups of people who come together and make their own money together, given small credit among them, and then they have their dividend at the end. So let's start something like this for all in African countries, then we will have our own. We cannot be autofinancement. We cannot be, comment on dit?
You've got the concept. The savings are important. Yes. We're with you.
So my question to Dr. Ndahiro.
Yes.
We are a group of women exporters. They have some small groups for 15 people. They can see how they can make their own products. They are graduating from one product to another. So can them work with women exporters as a group of 10, 20 or more? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And one final question from this side, and then we'll come back to the panel.
Nitwa Sina Gerard, nkaba mpagurutse kugira ngo mbone uyu mwanya wo kubasangiza. Ejo twaganiriye cyane bavuga ku bijyaniranye n'uko nagira uko mbaganiriza ko akabanga kagenda hirya no hino ku isi, ariko by'umwihariko hano muri bino bihugu bya Afurika kugira ngo Afurika yiteze imbere. Murakoze banyakubahwa mu nzego zinyuranye. Nitwa Sina Gerard, mpagarariye ubuhinzi n'ubworozi, ariko nkaba n'umunyenganda kandi nkaba ajya no ku isoko mpuzamahanga mu bihugu bya Afurika, mpereye muri Nigeria, Maroc, Cameroon, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, n'ahandi hirya no hino. Nkambuka nkajya UK, ejo mwumvaga bavuga, cyangwa US, za Canada, hose product dukora zigerayo, kandi byose n'ibikomoka mu buhinzi. Ariko Afurika ndayishaka cyane, ndabivuga ntabivuga ibibazo, ahubwo nshaka kuvuga ibisubizo. Iyo turangije dushaka kujya ku isoko, kujya muri Amerika ukoresha amasaha 24 ukabugezeyo. Igihugu cyo muri Afurika ushobora no gufata n'icyumweru kiri mu nzira. Bivuga rero ngo inzitizi zirimo ni transport yo gushaka uburyo muri Afurika ibihugu byakwegerana, ari mu rwego rw'abikorera cyangwa se urwego rwa leta. Uko igihugu cyacu cy'u Rwanda kimajije kugera kure mu rwego mpuzamahanga muri Rwanda Air, aho igera hose ubu ngubu product z'u Rwanda zigenda zigerayo, kandi ashimira ko n'ibindi bihugu birebeye ku Rwanda uko rurimo kugenda rwagura amarembo, ibibazo bya Afurika byose byakwihuta, byose bikarangira. Iyi nama nayigiyemo Nairobi, ndongera South Africa mvuye nayo nari nyirimo, none yabereye iwacu hano iwacu i Rwanda. Ibibazo bivugwa bigasubirwamo, siko mbibona ngenda atanga inama. Kutworohereza uburyo bwa transport, gushaka izo ndege zinyuranye hirya no hino, naho dukoresha amazi, ubwato bugakora, ikibazo cyarangira. Ikindi ni uko ahangaha abo turi kumwe, cyane cyane abo dusangiye umurimo, kwitabira ama exhibition hirya no hino. Yaba igihugu cya Tanzania, njyayo mu mamurikagurisha, South Africa mvuyeyo, UK mvuyeyo, mu Budage mvuyeyo, no muri Amerika mvuyeyo, ariko nyine nkaba mfite icyo mpagarariyeho, ngendera uko umukuru w'igihugu avuga ati kwihesha agaciro ku cyo wakoze. Ako kabanga ngashyira imbere ku isi hirya no hino. Hari insenda, ariko hano umunyarwanda ahinga urusenda, ibihugu byo muri Afurika ndanabigura n'urusenda, ariko nkaza gukora transformation hano mu gihugu cyacu cy'u Rwanda, nangiza nkohereza mu mahanga. Nagashya nuko na Afurika ihinga, narangiza umusaruro wabo nkawubona, ntabwo ari mu Rwanda gusa, nangiza nkohereza hirya no hino. Banyakubahwa rero, Afurika, nicaye Nairobi muri iyi nama, numva Afurika yageze igihe cyo gutekereza mu rwego rwo kwigira. Ni ikintu cyampaye imbaraga nyinshi cyane, ngo aho buri munyarwanda wese cyangwa umunyafurika akora ikintu, akumva ashaka isoko i Buraya, akumva azajyana hanze, noneho akibagirwa ko n'abaturanyi ari bo banyafurika ubwabo, natwe tugomba kwishakamo imbaraga, kandi bigashoboka. Ndabizeza rero ko nko mu bafashe ijambo aho ngaho bavuze ku bibazo bijyaniranye n'abadamu, mbonye abicaye aho ngaho ndavuga nti abadamu Afurika yarakomoye, kuko murebye umumaro uri aho ngaho, na Dr. Ndahiro uhari, abadamu ari bo bamukikije, birumvikana ko agaciro k'abadamu karahari, nta kongera kubisaba rwose. Umudamu muri Afurika cyangwa no ku isi hose yahawe agaciro. Banyakubahwa rero mwese dusangiye ijambo, twiha agaciro, twumve ko ibyo dukora byose ku isi yose barabishaka, ariko by'umwihariko tubanze muri Afurika. Nitujya uruganda rwose rubayeho, rutekereza igihugu cy'abaturanyi, muri transport bavuge kuri twe bikorera, duteranye, dushakisha ukuntu izo ndege tuzigeramo uruhare, dushake ukuntu leta nazo zikore ku buryo zihuza indege ziboneke, maze murebe ko ikibazo cya Afurika noneho no ku isi yose y'Afurika n'ubutaka bwiza dufite n'ubwenge dufite byose tuzaba twicaye neza ku isi yose. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane, Sina Gerard. Thank you very much. So I'm going to come back to the panel. I'm going to ask each of you just to take 1 minute, if you don't mind, to summarize. We've had comments on e-commerce, on a 20% export tax, on access to finance and simplifying that process, on cross-border trade platforms, and on transport. I'm going to come last to Madame Ochem and Sekamana. I think you may have something to share with us also, so please feel free to do that as part of your final remarks. Let me start with the Honorable Minister. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with us?
Thank you very much. Glad the audience has taken a lot of interest in what we are discussing. I would like to make some remarks on, but give a technology angle to everything and how it can facilitate us. One form of exclusion in most of our countries is excluding the informal trade, the informal people. There are huge people excluded even from this CFTA because their businesses are not formal, they don't have systems, they don't have technologies, they don't have, and so when it comes especially to like tax exemptions, which is a government policy, and I'm picking that up because I understand more what's in the government, you find that they have a lot of trouble. But more and more, we have technologies developed on our continent to help this inclusion, which is simple, which helps people to do their businesses, does accounting, you don't need to know accounting, you just enter simply your purchase price you bought, your sales price if you're a trader, and you are able to submit and apply for some of the tax exclusions. Because if you don't, then you will not be able to participate. And the only way really I know how to address exclusion is technology. If we stop looking at it negatively and look at identifying all the exclusions that we have talked about here and look at them as business opportunities. Exclusion should be looked at as an opening for business opportunity. We have so many innovations, but the different types of innovations. There is a category known as a market-creating innovation. These are innovations which address non-consumption. People who are not consuming in a particular area. And if you study a lot of technologies, many of these technologies developed to address those issues, those specific exclusion issues, ended up taking over the market. And so I would like especially to invite the private sector to pay attention to areas of exclusion, such that we can be able to innovate in those areas, because usually when you're addressing excluded populations, you pay a lot of attention to what you're putting in, and so the product will end up being superior. So in all this, and again, we have sometimes impatience from our private sector. They are just saying, let's go, let's do it, and we understand. Transition is going to help us to develop appropriate technologies to address most of the gaps, but I want you to know that exclusion is a business opportunity. Sometimes we look at it as a charity opportunity, as a project, but they are business opportunities. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. My apologies to the audience. I think we're going to go 5 minutes into the next session. I'll just ask the colleagues to please be short if you could. Dr. Asfour, final thought.
So thank you very much. I want to respond to my young brothers and sons who had talked about really youth startups, because it's a huge issue within our continent. That's why we have we're developing now the Africa Innovate Fund for investment in startups, just like you have rightly said, with reference to fintech, e-commerce, health tech, edutech, agriculture tech. We have huge innovations now through our young, and exactly, if you go to bank, they will never give you money. But if there is venture capitals, which is Africans, and funds, which is Africans, because we tend to find that also VCs coming from across the other continents to invest in our youth innovations, and then they are taken up from Africa. So this is a huge issue that you are talking about. And of course, if we talk about how to access investment, it's really, you have to have bankable projects. And this is, again, we need to work for establishing of business development centers and business incubators to support our young entrepreneurs, our women, to have access to finance through the paperwork. The women and the youth are not able really to do it, but other institutions can help for them to have bankable project to be invested in a site. So the whole ecosystem, actually, with reference to the access to finance for our women and youth is huge, and this is what we are working on as Africa Business Council, and also the export. My sister, we have already now the African Congress for Women Entrepreneurs, for Women and Youth Entrepreneurs, that speaks to exports. It will be happening during the COMESA Trade Fair in Egypt from 8 to 11 of October, inshallah, where we have already an exhibition for women entrepreneurs, women exporters, and have business linkages. Because if I don't know what you have and you don't know what I have, so we will never realize this ACFT. So information is very important, and platforms for export is also huge. Transport of logistics, of course, this is a huge impediment on the continent. That's why the private sector is there to see how we can really have incentives, because this is very important to have incentives, because if we set a company as private sector and we have 25% or 30% corporate taxes, there is huge, what is the margin of your profit? So we need the policies for reduction of taxes, on corporate taxes, and incentives to invest in aviation industry, in logistics, in roads, with public-private sector partnerships. So I believe it's the whole issue of how we, all of us, come together as private sector, as governments, and African Union institutions, to put the whole ecosystem and to have African solutions for African problems, and really invest in our African people, including women, youth, and people with different abilities, and change the mindset that we need to have something from outside that will be good, and from Africa is not good. On the contrary, if we really invest in our raw materials, which is the core for all the world now, are looking for the raw materials of Africa. If we don't protect our raw materials and industrialize our raw materials and empower our own private sector, not multinational companies, then we go nowhere. So our main issue is really how to invest in our African indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ndahiro, one final thought.
Thank you very much. I think we have to own our destiny. If we don't, and we prevail on other people's traits, then we shall not have our own mindset. That's why, if you look at the business environment in Africa, I'll give you a specific example. In East Africa, we have failed to remove barriers to trade, and instead, one of trademark representatives is here. We are even funded by external powers to do our business, even to align our procedures. If we cannot even fund a basic need like that one, how are we going to do others? So it is an issue of ownership. It is an issue of looking at our own resources. I like the idea of savings. Any economy that does not depend on its saving, then it can never be independent. Whatever we are talking here, if Africa still lags behind in terms of investing in things like research and development. We are going to be permanent consumers of other people's products. Even with this pretense that we are in the digital whatever, those things, we are just going to be a pipe in which they transfer wealth from one end to the other, and we are just there as intermediaries. So, if you look at all the African budgets that have been passed, tell me how much has been set aside for research and development, for the youth, for women. Actually, even the issue of youth, I think the way we are, we respond to its needs is wrong. You see, youth is just a 12-year period. It is a transition age. It is from 18, I think, to 30 like that. It is too small. We should start early, investing in our juniors, investing in their education, in investing in their understanding of money, of business, of finance. Until they get to that age where they are qualified as youth, because it is short, they are well prepared now to take advantage of whatever exists in our business environment. Otherwise, if we start preparing the youth when they are youth, and after a few years they have transitioned to another thing, then we have wasted their resources. But the bad thing is that we normally talk about the youth because they are a convenient hands, normally for politicians in Africa and others. But if we have to prepare them and give them their regard as economic players, we should start early as when they are still juniors.
Thank
On
you.
People with disabilities, I can't go without saying this.
Yes, it's important. One final thought.
Briefly, I think Corona has taught us something. Everybody was disabled between 2020 and 2022, isn't it? So why don't we take advantage of that and earmark out those jobs that can be performed at home, but that can be performed with persons with disabilities, and we start from there. I think we should borrow from COVID to empower persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Ms. Ochem.
Yes, thank you. I think since we are running short of time, I would just like to pick on the lady that spoke so much about access to finance. As I mentioned when I was talking, the African Development Bank, they are working with us, and they have a facility dedicated to boosting women entrepreneurship on the continent. It's a more than $3 billion funding facility, and they've already raised more than 1 billion out of that. And they have this facility, it's available to be accessed, but you cannot access finance if you are not ready for finance. And you cannot access finance by advisory. You need to be taught how to have your business investment ready to be able to access finance, and that goes with investment readiness training. We run the accelerator program to get businesses investment ready and export ready. For exporting, there is also readiness that goes in there. Depending on what you are, in what sector you are, there are things that need to be considered. If you are in the agribusiness, for example, agro-processing, you need to know the standards. You need to know do you have your certifications? You need to know the basic international trading guidelines, how even to approach logistics, how to move your business from one border to the other. So, and that is export readiness, and it's about training. So our trainings, they can be sector-specific or stage of business focused, if you are ready to scale. But we've had success. We have more than 5,000 alumni from our different programs. So if you want, I would like to take this conversation further personally with you. The facilities are there at the African level, like the African Development Bank, and also at country levels. In South Africa, where we are based, you have different facilities targeting women entrepreneurship. So let me stop there, because Teresa and I, we have also something to announce.
Perfect. Ms. Sekamana.
Thank you. Thank you to my friend Irene. I'm going back to my sister who spoke about exports. I think she's one of our members, and what the private sector is doing is really to show you the facilities that you have in the country. Not long time ago, and you are one of them, there is a group of women who went to Brazzaville. We knew it on a very short notice. We did approach BRD, and BRD is going to pay you back your ticket and your accommodation. I think we cannot keep complaining and not appreciating what our country is doing for us. So that is one of the products that BRD has, and they are going to apply to our members. That you did ask me about success story. And
because we're running out of time. She's coming.
Yes, because we have women, we have people with determination representative, we don't have youth. If you don't mind, we are going to give 2 minutes to 2 persons that I'm going to choose to explain on behalf of young entrepreneurs. Talking about 2 points, the success story and how to extend, I'll ask Albert Vuba, that everyone knows in the room, to speak a bit about his story and how he's going to extend his business through PSF and specialized cluster. Then I'll ask Ivan, I believe he's here as well, how he did manage to access a certain amount of money that I'm not going to announce in BRD. He's a young entrepreneur, he did access the money. Albert is a young entrepreneur, he's developing. So I would like to ask our young brother to join the team, to speak with them. They will tell you how PSF is assisting them. The other point is to say, as she was saying, we have to be ready. One of the roles of PSF is advocate. We cannot advocate without data. We cannot keep saying young entrepreneurs are not accessing money from BDF or from BRT. We have people seated at the entrepreneur's desk waiting for you. PSF did publish, we did publish, we are waiting for you to advocate and say, this issue is still there. We need data. We need to know who did apply and did fail. So please give us the tools to advocate for you. Thank you. I'll call Ivan and
I'm going to ask
Albert,
Alice if she's
2
willing
minutes.
to indulge
Yes,
us.
yes, thank you.
I'll ask them to be very, very brief and precise.
Definitely. Thank you so much. My name's Albert Munyabujingo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Africa Limited, the e-commerce platform that you all support by placing your orders on a daily basis. To me, the very first investor of your business should be your end consumer. And as youth and part of PSF as well, I believe the first customer that you get should be the one to advocate for your services, to the next one. And as our chairperson said, we get support on a daily basis, but then the thing is sometimes we don't knock to the right doors. She spoke about the entrepreneur's desk. I most of the time pass by there, but we literally have very few people taking advantage of these facilities. Thank you so much, and yes, keep ordering with us. We'll be expanding to some of the countries with the Rwanda house that she mentioned, as well as providing a solution to the rest of the African continent, starting in Rwanda and as a made in Rwanda product. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's actually very nice that we're sitting very close, so we reduced the logistics challenge. So my name is Ivan, founder of 1000 Hills Products. I'm very, very thankful for this seminar. It's been a very good panel, very interesting. So really, one more round of applause for the people in the panel at the moment. Thank you so much to the chairperson to elaborate. Well, when it comes to the funding of BRD, I would say that it's very possible to actually get funded by BRD as a youth in agribusiness. 1000 Hills Products has created a very interesting facility that is running on renewable energy. We're actually reducing post-harvest losses at the Lake Mugesera. And everything is going to be done in a very efficient way possible using solar power, lake water filtered from the Lake Mugesera is going to be used in this facility. So we were very happy that BRD chose to be able to actually fund us. I would just say something with this. When it comes to funding through this institution, it's more of preparation. You need to be prepared to be funded. You need to organize your documents. You need to have time because it takes time. It's not a commercial bank. It is a development bank. So please endure that. Take time, understand what they need, and they will understand you as well. Because one thing that I've seen is that they're not there to just give the money. They're also there to also help you understand even more your business. So through PSF, specialized cluster, I managed to get the information that I needed. Once again, emphasizing on the cluster that is actually working right now, the entrepreneur's desk. Every youth is open. It's open for the youth, for the people with disabilities, and of course the women to actually come to this place, get information free of charge, get it on time, and actually get help. So I think we should have any more excuse with this kind of setup that we have. So please, you're welcome. And I'm also there to support in any way possible. You can always give me a call. And I'm very active on WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So please be encouraged to check out the youth desk, the women's desk, etc. The colleague from Arenzi Farms who asked about childcare, please see me afterwards. And to the participants in the panel, many thanks. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you very much. Allow a round of applause for them, please. And thank you, Juliana, for taking us through this fantastic session. I'll ask the chairman to please stay back, Mrs. Therese. Juliana, you to kindly stay back for the next session. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we are heading into a very exciting session, and I'll ask you to stay put. Please don't walk out of the room. It's going to be a very short one, and then right after that, we'll break off into lunch. And for that particular session, I'm going to invite on the stage Mr. David Butera from Timea to take us through this. I don't want to mention what the session is. I want to leave the buzz to you. A round of applause for David, please, as he comes on the stage. Oh, come on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. A round of applause to Alice and all the beautiful work she's been doing the last 2 days. Thank you very much, Alice. As we wait for the dignitaries to conclude the photo, have a seat. As they said, my name is David Butera. I'm the acting country director for Trademark Africa, one of the leading trade facilitation agencies on the continent, if not the world. So, Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation for the Republic of Uganda, the chairperson of PSF, the CEO of Rwanda, RISA, the UNICEF country representative, all protocols observed. I'm thrilled today to join you and a number of people who are joining us online. As we join thousands of East African traders in unveiling a tool that is tailored to uplift women traders across East Africa. As the Honorable Minister just mentioned, technology is very key in inclusion. We know that traders in Africa, traders in East Africa specifically where we operate, face multiple challenges. And after all the work we've been doing as Trademark Africa, in our partnership with the Specialized Cluster and PSF in general, and PSF's basically private sector federations and other umbrella organizations across East Africa, we have developed a tool that responds to the needs of traders across East Africa. This tool is Isoko, which luckily enough is a word that cuts across all the major languages in the region, especially Swahili, Kinyarwanda, Kirundi. Similarly, the tool has been the platform. It's a market information platform. It's a marketplace. It's a set of business management tools. It's a networking platform. And it's also beyond that, among other things, a depository of trade information that is vital to traders, but also a platform for those that have opportunities for traders to be able to post them there for the benefit of the 30,000 users that are planned to be online by the end of this year, but also targeting over 100,000 users in the long run. So most importantly, this platform, Isoko, is designed to amplify the resilience and the entrepreneurial spirit of women traders that we all know, especially those in the East African region, but also across Africa in the future. So to join me in this process, allow me to welcome Madame Alain Asimwe, the Deputy CEO of Trademark Africa. Please, a round of applause for Madame Alain. Madame Alain is joining us from our headquarters in Nairobi, but also as a true East African. She's not very far from home. Many times when she wants to go home, she goes through Kigali to across the border in Kabale. Welcome, Madame Alain. Also joining us, representing RISA, please welcome Mr. Innocent Muhizi to join us on the floor. A big round of applause for Mr. Muhizi. He's the CEO of Rwanda Information Society Agency, RISA. How this is going to happen, I'll welcome our Deputy CEO, Madame Alain, to join us on the other podium and deliver her opening remarks. Welcome, Madame Alain.
Hello? These podiums are meant for, I think, taller people. This is not inclusion. You should think about us who are petite and, you know, a bit shorter to the ground. So hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been quite a long morning, very insightful talks, but at times at these conferences, you feel, okay, where is the action? And we are here to bring you the action. I'm glad to join you this afternoon to launch Isoko, our digital platform that is really meant to serve women, traders, men, youth, all across our region, to give them access to information, but also to provide an Alibaba of sorts for our region. And before I go into my speaking notes, I just want to see by a show of hands, how many of you here are engaged in a side hustle? The East Africans know what I mean by side hustle. How many of you are engaged? You have a day job, but on the side you also have a kiosk, a bar, a lounge, you rear chicken. I can see the Honorable Minister. Is she the only one? People, put up your hands. I know that's what East Africa is made of. I see you, I see you. I'm a lawyer by training, but a few years ago, my sister, she's a multitasker. She's a trader, she's an HR specialist. She was working with Citibank. She told me, Alain, let's go to China. Let's go to China and bring things. And so you can imagine we got a little money with no experience. She had been there, I think, once. We went to China. Not only did we go to China, we went by business class to do what we were calling trade. And we bought some things and we sold them, but of course we didn't get as much as we could have gotten. Can you imagine if we had had a tool that allowed us to see what China is trading and we could order online? I didn't need to leave my business to do this side hustle. I could have done the trade and continued with my business. Unfortunately, for many of our traders, we are so limited by both information but also capacity. Many people we have worked with, for instance, in Rwanda, for the last decade, we've worked with Profam. I think it's a household name in Rwanda. working with women traders at the border with DRC to trade in the basic items, beans, textiles, grain, and other commodities that, foodstuffs that are the bread and butter of our communities. And we've seen them grow. We've seen their incomes grow. We've seen their livelihoods change. We've even seen them become resilient when COVID hit. They were able to stay resilient. They were able, because we have helped them to set up cooperatives. But we saw that the growth was getting stagnant. There's only so much you can do if you're still carrying your goods across to DRC, you're trading, going back and forth. And we said, what more can we do? And ProFarm is replicated across the entire region. We work across 21 borders in Eastern and Southern Africa. And we recognize that there's much more we can do. And digital is it for us. For me as a lawyer with a side hustle, and for the lady in ProFarm crossing the border daily to trade, digital can change lives. And we have already seen it. In the last year, through our teams led by Anataria, who is here, one of your own, Anataria Umaria, we've been able to develop Isoko by East Africans, young women and men, digital experts, software developers. We had the dream, we didn't know what to do. We reached out to the community. We've been able to develop this tool, this platform that is allowing traders to connect. You know, it can be very lonely when you're, for instance, in an SME. The ladies at PSFU, and I met some today earlier, one dealing in coffee, one dealing in groundnuts. She sources groundnuts from Tanzania. It can be lonely when you're in that business. But this platform has allowed over 15,000 women to come together, and men as well, to come together to get information, to get support. We have lawyers on the platform if you want to register. We have iBooks if you're able to do your taxes, because these are the things that disturb, you know, that entrepreneur, that small business person, not able to do they don't have their lawyer or in-house finance officer. But with Isoko, you have all these facilities. They're able to get information. If I want to source groundnuts, where can I get the best price? Where can I find the best market? Who is supplying? Who is buying? This information, the whole morning I've been hearing the same thing. There's no information. There's no information. We're able to provide this information, and it's real time. It's updated. So together with our team in-house and the developers, we've been able to develop Isoko, which, David, you tell me it's a market across the whole region. And I'm glad to say we have now launched it across 4 or 5 capitals in East Africa, in Kenya, in Burundi, no, in Kenya, in Uganda, now Rwanda, Tanzania. And we hope to bring together hundreds of thousands of traders sharing information and trading. Right now, it's more about information, but in countries like Kenya, they're already trading on the platform. And it's my dream that businesswomen, both the ProFarm, the one at PSFU, the hustler like myself, will be able to actually get to broaden their vision and access a bigger market. I'm so excited to be here today. I flew in at 2 a.m., imagine. But I had to be here because for us, this is the future. This is the now and it's the future. We're not only seeing East Africa as the market, we are seeing Africa as the market. Every time I travel across the region, I was in Ghana, they want what we have. You know, they don't have fresh produce. And you can imagine the produce you have here in Rwanda. How do you know that someone in Ghana wants to source maybe $1 million worth of beans or fresh produce or whatever it is that you're selling? How can we help you to aggregate? How can we help you to get these produce to the rest of the market? Digital is just the start of the story. So I'm super excited, and we welcome you all to join us on this journey. And I will wait to hear from the rest, and then we'll press that button to launch Isoko in Rwanda. Murakoze cyane cyane.
A huge round of applause for Madame Alain Asimwe. Up next, I would like to invite the custodian of the Isoko platform, and that is the chairperson of the specialized cluster. And with that comment, I would like her to also use that to invite our guests, the CEO of RISA. So over to you, Madam.
In fact, I'm not good in speech. what's next? Today we are launching Isoko platform. I like to say Isoko because it sounds Rwandan, African, than Isoko. We are launching Isoko platform. It will be installed on the 40 computers we said, so we don't have any excuse to not go digital, to not sell our product online, to not do our marketing online, to not have books kept online. So we don't have any excuse. What we can ensure our partners, TMA, and others who did participate on this, that PSF is going to do, we are going to do our best to make sure that any Rwandan women dealing in business is going to be on Isoko platform. That is our mandate. To my fellow women traders, let's take advantage of this platform. How are we going to go on FCFTA market if we have never interacted with anyone, beginning by the region? It's simply impossible. Let's begin by interacting with our sisters in East African community, where it's a bit our comfort zone, because we have the same language somehow. East African community is already there. It's not new. It's not like FCFTA. Let's use this tool to have our contacts, to say, I'm going to fly to Kenya, but I already have a partner. We did interact. I did show him or her my product, and I'm flying there to close the deal. This is the way the world is going. It's going digital. We are going to do our best, again, to train you, to show you on how to market your product online. How are you going to put your prices, sorry, knowing that you are going on a market that you are not alone. It's not Rwanda, it's East Africa. You are selling your product, you will find them in Uganda, you'll find them in Kenya, you will find them in Burundi. So how are you going to price our product as women in Rwanda in trade? Let's join our effort together and go for Isoko. Allow me, to extend my sincere appreciation to TMA, to the government of Canada, which put the funds to make this happen, and of course to the government of Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Allow me then to invite our chief guest, the CEO of RISA, to offer his remarks.
Thanks, David. Madam Chairperson, thank you so much. And my sister, Asimwe, thank you. Those who know me know that when you talk digital, that is something that warms my heart. So, and especially, it's very interesting that we are talking about Isoko, because this is a name that is very familiar in Rwanda. About 10 or so years ago, we launched Isoko, but at that time it was E as in electronic, Soko. But now I want to rebrand it. Yes, the I is international, Soko, so which is Isoko. And for me, they've done the job for me, because this is what I'm in charge of. And it's very interesting and encouraging to see that it's actually transcending into what we do in the public sector is going into the private sector. Therefore, it is very, very encouraging, and I appreciate the support that is being provided to the private sector, but most importantly, to the women. Because our sisters, our mothers, but we've seen the challenges they face. And most importantly, we who are in the digital space, we actually need them. One, we need engineers, but we also need participants on the other side of the aisle. Therefore, thank you so much, Trademark East Africa, for your support. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And I think let's take this further. Let's not stop here, because there are so many other things that we can be able to do digitally. I mean, this is a conversation that we've been having earlier in the morning, and we believe this is the kind of partnership that we want to see that is going to enable us as Africans achieve what we intend to achieve. I know I'm standing between this, the great moment that we're going to have, and lunch. Therefore, I don't want to dwell more, just to appreciate and support and say thank you once again for the great work that you're doing. Thank you.
Another round of applause to the CEO of RISA. Our next activity is the symbolic launch of this wonderful transformative platform. I'll ask the people supporting us to bring the table to the front. But also allow me, Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Republic of Uganda, to join us on stage, and also the chairperson of PSF. And then we will invite you to help us press the symbolic button that will launch the Isoko platform. Protocol people, assist us. Just here? Can we put it to the center? All right. Did I see the Madam Chairperson of PSF? Please also join us on the stage. Yes. And then we will request you to move forward to the button that will launch the Isoko platform. I think we'll just have a moderate countdown of 3, 2, 1, and congratulations to the launch of the Isoko platform. Thank you very much. I believe you can follow the presentation of actually the features and the brief of the platform itself. Also, to inform those that want to join the Isoko platform, it's available on Android Play Store. It also can be accessed through shortcuts at *508, *05#. We also have a booth in the exhibition hall where you can join and ask additional questions, of which we will be able to answer and also assist you in any of the registration processes. So thank you very much. I'll hand over back to the main MC. Thank you very much.
I'm back again. I just wanted to invite you to visit our booth, to visit the booth of the next Golden Business Young Entrepreneurs. We thank you so much, Madam Kumba, who did finance the booth for young entrepreneurs, and our members. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, and congratulations to the Isoko team, Isoko. Thank you very much, David, for taking us through that session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, again, as it has been said, I will not stand between you and your lunch. But before we release you for lunch, which is in the Virunga tent, where we had it yesterday, just a few announcements. Tomorrow, there is a Golden Golf tournament that you are all invited to. It will be at the Kigali Golf Course in Nyarutarama/Kachiru. And tee-off will be 9 a.m. And for those who need to rent clubs and golf bags, please arrive before that, around 8:30 a.m. Thank you. So, and then in the afternoon, we will gather back here where we will have our very last plenary session or panel. That's going to be super exciting. And the topic will be on building ecosystem for manufacturing and production of medicines, vaccines, and other health products in Africa. And this will be led by Dr. Janine. So please do gather with us back here after lunch, and after that we will just head into the closing. So please do come back in the afternoon, and I'll ask that you gather and spread through the hall, not just at the back. And so please go ahead for your lunch right now, and we will be back here in exactly 1 hour, so 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Let's please not take back seats. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Ushers, please help me move people up. We will get started with our panel very shortly. I just want to check and confirm that our speakers are in the room. Dr. Janine is here. All right, I see some of the, fantastic, thank you. And I see some of the speakers are in the room. I'll just kindly ask ushers to please keep helping us to bring people back in. I know the excitement from breaking off into lunch can take a while to wear off, but let's please come back in so we can close on time. Let's please not sit behind. Please move forward. There are so many seats over here. Please come this way, keep coming. All right, let me give it a few minutes for people to take their seats, and then I'll call upon Dr. Janine afterwards to take us through the panel. turn it to Joseph. He's over here. Please help us if you found the bag. You have it? It's... You lost something as well? Okay, someone else lost a binder that had brochures. All right, or find me. If you have any of these things, please find me. I'll just be sitting over there. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Janine Uwimana Nicole, who's going to take us through the next panel conversation. A round of applause, please. I believe you are well fed and energetic now, so you can give us some energy. Some energy, please. A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Janine.
Thank you so much, MC, and good afternoon to everyone. Indeed, we are well fed, and we'll make sure in this session, because it's a very interesting session, for the creation of wealth in Africa. It speaks to manufacturing and production of vaccine, medicine, as well as other health products. So my name, as I said, is Janine Uwimana. I'm a public health specialist by background. I am Rwandan, but I'm based in South Africa at Stellenbosch University at the Faculty of Health, Medicine and Health Sciences, but I'm also a faculty member at the School of Public Health here at the University of Rwanda. So I'd like to welcome my panelists to kindly join me here. I've got Mrs. Noela Bigirimana, who is the DDG of Rwanda Biomedical Center. Please welcome her with a round of applause. I would like also to call Mr. Giovanni Davite. Yes, please, a round of applause, please. It's from Kifarma, Rwanda. We've got as well Dr. Manasseh Wandera, Executive of Director of SPH. Also call Mr. Samuel Mugoya, the Advisor to Vice President, Infrastructure and Industrialization, Africa Development Bank. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to encourage him, please. And finally, I will call as well Mr. Aneto Okeke, the head of BioNTech Rwanda. Please encourage him, please, with a round of applause. And we've got one panelist who is in Australia. She'll join us online, and it's Professor Mimi Claudine Chai Watts. She's the Director of Industry Corporation, Institute of Health and Wellbeing, Federation University of Australia. So I'm just going to be closer to our panelists here. I just wanted to find out to get a heads up from the technical team if Dr. Mimi is already connected. Okay, great. So we've got 1 hour. Great. Welcome, Professor Mimi. We can see you. Hope you can see us and hear us very well. Great. So we'll start with can you hear us? Can you hear us, please? Great. But I guess I can't hear her. She can hear, yeah, she can hear me, but I can't hear her. So when I ask a question, I won't be able to hear what she's saying. Okay, we'll leave that to the technical team. So let us start. We've got 1 hour, 60 minutes of a conversation.
Now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Prof. Mimi. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we're talking about the building of the ecosystem for manufacturing and production of medicine, vaccine, and other health products in Africa. And the theme of this conference is about creation of wealth. And this is a sector that really comes in handy to create that wealth in Africa, not only the creation of wealth, but protecting the human capital which is an asset for the African continent, knowing that our population, we've got more than 60% are young. So we need to safeguard them to be able indeed to bring to fruition the benefit of FDCA, but also the Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want. So I will start with Mrs. Noella, who actually, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Dr. Saba, was not able to join us, so he apologized for that, but we've got a person who is equally as well competent to be able to respond and engage with us on this topic. So I will start with a question here. Africa imports 99% of its vaccine and 95% of its medicines and other health products, closer to 1,000, actually, to 100%. So what can African governments do to ensure the increased production of vaccine and medicine on the African continent under the FDCA? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'll try to speak very loud. Thank you, Janine, and thank you for having me as part of this panel. As you mentioned, it's an absolute pleasure to be here on behalf of the Ministry of Health and the Rwanda Biomedical Center. I want to pause and reflect on the two statistics that we just heard. Africa imports 99% of vaccine and 95% of medicines that we use on the continent. Why do we rely heavily on imports? I think that's a question that we have to begin with. And to begin to answer this question, we have to approach it in a systematic way. When you approach it in a systematic way, it's good that you look at the whole value chain. When you speak of the value chain, it's in multiple stages. There's a discovery stage, there's a development stage, there's also a distribution stage, right? At the discovery stage, this is where you have your scientific and innovation research. You are finding molecules that work. You're trying to show that they are safe, that they are effective. And once you've reached this goal, you move into the development stage, right? You take raw materials that you source, you turn them into vaccines and medicines, and once it's done, you have to label them and get ready to distribute them. And all of this has to be done in a highly regulated environment, because the products we speak of, we're saying that these products are there to safeguard human capital, are among the most sensitive. So it's important that you look at these stages, right? Discovery, development, and then distribution. Distribution is when you have your logistics, right? Where's your warehousing, distribution, and other supply chain around that. So in trying to answer the question that you ask around what African governments can do, they can, what we can do is tackle the barriers that we've talked about. One of the barriers is infrastructure. We, I think from day one, have been saying that there are limitations in terms of infrastructures. And when we speak of infrastructure, it's both physical but also digital infrastructure. So it's important for governments to look at what sometimes require high upfront investment and to be able to address these challenges. The second thing that we can do has to do with the expertise, right? You need the capital. You need a skilled workforce. One of the things that the government of Rwanda is doing, that the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and many of the agencies are working on, are a different mix of approach, right? We work with partners to skill, to reskill, and upskill. It may take 3-7 years to build a cohort of master's students and PhD students, but in the meantime, you can have a focused approach and reskill and upskill existing workforce. And it's one of the ways that we are collaborating with BioNTech and other technology and biomanufacturing companies. So it's important for African governments to explore what type of mixed can work. One last thing that I want to mention has to do with access to market and economies of scale, of course. ASCFTA is very, very critical in addressing this. You may look at individual countries and assume that they are small markets, but with the ASCFTA, you are looking at tapping into economies of scale and making this whole production cost effective. So government can look at that and focus on that. So I'll pause. Back to you.
Thank you so much for answering straight to point. Yes, You mentioned about the current barriers, the challenges that we're having. And you mentioned about the physical and the digital as well, the human resource for health, the expertise that we need, but also the market. I wanted just to ask regarding the expertise, what can government, again, through the same framework of FTCA that allow free movement of goods and people? With my experience in South Africa, we know Southern Africa, North Africa, when it comes to production and manufacturing of some partly for vaccine, but when it comes to medicine, essential medicine, they've got already the infrastructure. Now we have to think, do we have to go afresh to build infrastructure, for example, here in Rwanda, on some of the existing infrastructure that are already in place? How do we use the framework of FTCA to be able to use those expertise and then allowing those movement of good based on what exists already, which does not mean that the end goal should have each country to be self-reliant? Thank you.
I think you raise an important point, and I'm glad we had the deputy chairperson of the EU Commission here yesterday, because I want to mention harmonization as key, and I want to mention alignment and coordination. Why harmonization? To your point about some of these infrastructure and expertise and resources that may be available in one context, it's good that we look at, I would be remiss not to mention regulatory harmonization, because everything that we do has stringent requirements. And that's one example we can take. For example, the African Medicines Agency. As one of the ways that we want to make sure that we're aligned at the national level with frameworks such as those at regional and continental level. So it doesn't, to your point, mean that you have to build all these pillars in each and every country. That's where alignment comes in also at regional. You could have a hub that's focused on one type of product in East Africa, another hub in West Africa or Southern Africa. But ultimately, that's where the third point comes in, coordination, right? Because coordination is what ensures that we actually do something about it, that we get it done. So for example, if in Southern Africa, there's a hub around expertise, you may find that in East Africa, you can then develop some of the other pillars, such as financing and access to financing, to be able to ultimately work together. But the coordination part, and that's why it's important to have the stakeholders you have on this panel in the room and online, that's where we have to talk and say, who has the expertise, who has the resources, who has the whatever types of resources in place that we can work together on. So hopefully a platform such as this one helps in building these capabilities. I'm not saying in each and every single country, because ACFTA, as you're mentioning, is movement of people, resources, and products. So that's the value add, basically. That's what I would say is the value add.
All right, thank you for that. I think it's an opportunity for private sector here. This is the gap to tap into create business, to be able to do a mapping exercise of actually these expertise where are there, because government is to create policy enabling environment. But for business, if somebody wants an idea, create a project to consult and do the mapping to help the government to know where do we have this expertise, how do we leverage. When it comes to harmonization as well, there are ample gaps that needs evidence-based research based on good models that will inform policy. Thank you so much. I'll come directly in the same tone, ask Mr. Otete Aneto from BioNTech to be able to reflect a little bit again on the issue of creating an enabling environment for the production. You are in the production. As BioNTech, how can we accelerate? But knowing that we also need to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me well. I think to create a conducive environment requires, a combination of several factors, which could also be social, economic factors, technology, political, and also funding is also, part of it. I think for me, I like to start from the basis, which is education. If you want to go into, or if you want to create an environment whereby people can set up industries or factories to manufacture medicines and vaccines, we need to have the workforce. And the workforce comes by having people educated with the skills and capability that can be applied in that industry. If somebody comes to an area and that workforce is not there, then you start to struggle. You have to import most of the talents. And we know for Africa here, we want to make sure that our talents are coming from Africa here to build Africa. And I think this is one area by, we need to make sure that we have the right curriculum in schools, the right degrees that will get people ready for that industry. And the next thing that I will want to look at is today, where are most of the research companies? Most of the research are not in Africa here. So sometimes some people go to schools here and to better their career, they have to go out. I know that it requires investment, but this is something that we have to be deliberate about. And even the private industry can also see this as an opportunity, because when we start to push local manufacturing here, we need that research is done for things that affect us here in Africa. There are so many infectious diseases in Africa here that are not being looked at because, hey, it's not on top of mind of certain research institutes. Then we come to manufacturing. We need to be able to create a stable situation in our environment for manufacturing to thrive. We are very lucky as BioNTech. We are here in Rwanda, and the truth be told that we've gotten a lot of support from the government because creating this manufacturing industry requires deliberate action. It requires, channeling through areas that nobody has. When we brought in our biotainers into Rwanda here, as simple as what is the HS code? There was none. But you have to have a partner that can work with you and really navigate through those tough, stormy waters. And the Rwanda government has created this environment for us. And if each country can create that kind of environment whereby when people are setting up, they can be encouraged, they can be supported. The RDB, the Ministry of Health, the presidency, they are all focused to make it happen. And it tells us that focus and direction can really drive this through. Yeah. Another point that I also want to mention is that for us here in Africa, we need to understand that we need to integrate. Yes. Because today, different countries have different capabilities. Some countries might have the capabilities for manufacturing, some countries might have the capabilities for research. And not one country can do everything. And this is how we can, some of the few points that we can really look at and see how can we create the right environment for ourselves. Some countries are good that distribution happens through them. And sometimes we need to accept that not one country can do it all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Teke. I think Anito, key point here, again, coming back to what I said before, regional integration exists already, the RECs do exist, and that is a low-hanging fruit for me. What you just said, how do we integrate that exists already within the framework that already assigned and exists, have been going on within the production. But also you mentioned the issue about capacity. Capacity is very important. Production of vaccine is not, these are very sensitive. But in your experience, knowing Rwanda has given us a platform, I'm biased because I'm from Rwanda, but I'll try to be more Pan-African. One of the benefits is just the governance that give it all for us to have BioNTech. Rwanda could not be, the country could host actually BioNTech because we do not have that much in terms of skills. but governance and the policy in place and the deliberation itself in place from the government is what has made us to have biotech. However, the issue of capacity building or human resources is a problem. What has been your experience to be able to, because soon you'll be launching, I believe. Thank you.
I will look at the glass half full because I think it's an opportunity, not necessarily a challenge, because with conversations that we are having with some of the universities and different groups, we've had several meetings and gone through even supporting different organizations to break down certain skills and capability that are needed. And with that, they are able to update their curriculum to ensure that people can go through qualification and be able to support this industry. Right now, one of the ways that we've started is to look for capability within Africa, because we keep to our word that we are setting up a factory which is for Africa by Africans. And so far, we can boldly say that we have within Africa, about 8 nationalities within our factory, while at the same time working with the government to be able to support the different curriculum, to be able to build the skills and capability required to hire within this industry. It is not a 1-year, a 2-year journey. It's a journey, and people need to understand that this is not something like switching on and off a tap. It's a process. And we believe that in maybe 5 years' time, 4 to 5 years' time, one, the industry will be here, the skills and capability will be here to be able to sustain also the same industry.
Thank you so much. So we welcome Professor Mimi, who's online, if the technical team could help us. Professor Mimi, the question that I have for you here, linking to what we just mentioned here about human resource for health, but as well the skills that are needed for the production of vaccine, medicine, and other health products. How can universities and research institutions support the private sector in manufacturing and production of medicine, vaccine, and other health products, in particular, to be able to produce made in African vaccine, health products, as well as medicine. There are key issues that we've got in Africa, and our production of this key product, health products, need to be aligned to such a production. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Janine and the team, but thank you for inviting me to this panel, but also making it possible for me to join you virtually. I would have loved to be there in person, as you can imagine, but I'm going to stay up. As you can see, it's almost 11 p.m. here in Australia, so I'm very honored to have joined you. So in relation to the question, I guess I'm going to start by focusing on the role that the African diaspora in particular can play in the production of vaccines, but also in knowledge exchange. I want to also say that outside of my role as an academic at Federation University, I also chair the African Science Research and Innovation Council for the African Union Commission, ASRIC, here in Australia. So I'm wearing both hats today. So when you look at the contribution that universities, but also the African diaspora, whom I see as the link between the continent, but also the world overall. There's hardly any industry or any institution in Australia. And in the Australasia area, I think the African diaspora accounts for about 500 a million people, and in Australia alone, there are about 500,000. There is no university. I'm one of the people in one of the public universities here in Australia, and I have been in the higher education sector as a lecturer, so pure academic, for almost 20 years now. There's hardly a university out of our 39 universities that you'd not find an African person who is, like myself, a skilled migrant or others who migrated as students. And I see our role here in terms of education around capacity building and knowledge transfer. And I say that African diaspora in particular, but also universities, are places of knowledge creation, knowledge exchange, skills transfer, but also wealth creation. And I think, as I said, when I look at it from the African diaspora perspective, you can see the capacity that they have in terms of financial capacity, skills capacity, knowledge capacity, and research capabilities. And an example, for example, is last year my university, for example, signed an MOU with one of the leading universities in Africa. That was through an engagement, but also through other work that people like myself led, using with my hat as Director Industry Corporation. And as a result of that, we have currently 10 PhD students from my university that are being co-supervised between Federation University Australia and University of Nsukka, Nigeria. But we're also working on other partnerships and working to ensure that our institution has an equal partnership in terms of that knowledge exchange. Another area that we've actually identified and that has been expressed to us is around the use of artificial intelligence in healthcare. And when we talk about vaccine manufacturing, we know that Africans, for example, played a significant part during COVID-19 pandemic when they helped in the development of the vaccines. They were service providers. So it is now about where we sit with the knowledge transfer. But now with artificial intelligence and with the advent of platforms like ChatGPT, with all its cons, there are so many pros. And I think it is an opportunity for us to harness not only the capacity of our diaspora and the universities, but really to harness the capabilities that AI presents to us. The diaspora, for example, of African background, not only in Australia, but around the world, they can be seen as investors, most of them. And I live in a place where just within my own social network, I can turn around and I can count at least 15 medical doctors from Nigeria alone within a very small vicinity. They run medical practices. And within those practices, a lot of other things do happen. So these are examples of capabilities that we can harness in order to build from the financial, from the skills, from the structural, but also see them as investors. And if this is a business forum, and I think these people already run small businesses, how do we work with them? So I see the opportunity around engagement, collaboration, knowledge sharing, but also from what the eminent minister's representative and Dr. Okeke spoke before, Mr. Okeke, they spoke around expertise. Again, coming from myself, Center for Smart Analytics, how do we work with you in order to use big data that is out there to work to develop vaccines that are useful for the people of Africa? Because we know historically the vaccines, we have been beneficiaries from other continents. I think we should see ourselves first as having the leadership, having the capabilities, but actually leading to serve the people of the continent. And I think we lack nothing on the continent of Africa. It's really about having the policies in place, good leadership, good governance, as Dr. Janine rightly said. So I think I'm going to stop there, but I think we should really think very strongly how we can harness the economic capital of the diaspora in enriching the continent. And if you only look at Australia, for example, if out of the 500,000 people who identify as African Australian, if each of them can contribute $1.
Thank you so much, Professor Mimi, for your contribution. I think just what I would say that one key point I would like to bring out from her intervention as a diaspora, I would like really to appreciate you being a diaspora in Australia, trying to bring the, that collaboration to foster, make a way for the diaspora, that African diaspora in Australia, able to, I won't say apply back home, but to keep that connection and invest. And I think you've given some of the examples of how the diaspora could work based on the network and the university were involved. And I'm sure here there are people from universities and companies that could tap into the opportunity that's given, you've just mentioned, through your university and network. Thank you. So the next question will go to Mr. Giovanni, who is has been in this industry of medicine here in Africa, in Rwanda with Kifarma, which is a pharmaceutical company here in Rwanda. My question to you will be, how can the private sector leverage and leapfrog on existing best practices to enhance the growth of local pharmaceutical industry in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janine. So, yeah, I'm co-owner of and executive director of Kifarma. So we are not into manufacturing. We import and distribute. So, I'm contributing to the 99% of what is being imported on this continent. But, okay, let me first of all say that there is one country that I know very well in Africa, it's this one. And what Rwanda is doing with BioNTech, I think, is for me definitely the way to go for, at least for Rwanda, because there is no manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing industry. A few people have tried, and I mean there are a few projects that should start soon, and then suddenly, boom, we go to vaccines, mRNA vaccines, the top-end technology. And personally, I think that's the way to go, not to go towards products that are high added value. Because Rwanda, we know, has a disadvantage, it's a landlocked country, so a small country. So to try to get involved in manufacturing products like, I don't know, paracetamol, I don't think that Rwanda will ever be able to really compete on that. So, you may as well do like Switzerland, that they develop high-end products, high-end pharmaceuticals. They have companies like Roche and Novartis and so on, and really focus on that. Switzerland will never produce paracetamol. They leave that to other people, and so that, to me, that's very much the way to go, and I really commend this approach. Now, speaking about the private sector in general, so when an investor comes, I speak to a lot of investors that want to come to invest in Rwanda and so on. I'm also president of the European Business Chamber, so I have a lot of contacts. And first and foremost, you want to arrive in a safe and predictable environment. And again, Rwanda, you tick the boxes. It's, I mean, any serious investor wants a safe and predictable environment. There are cowboys that they thrive in other environments, but that's not the people. And in pharmaceutical industry, we don't have that type of people. The other thing that then you need to attract investors is people are going to risk capital, so you need to give them conditions to allow them to have reward on capital, return on capital. So that means that you have to give them tax breaks. When the companies start to produce dividends, then these dividends can be optimized. I mean, that's another thing that Rwanda is actually doing with the creation of the KIFC. That you can create a holding company and you can optimize the dividends and interest that that have no withholding tax and so on. So again, that's also a very important part. Ensuring return on investment for the investor. Another thing that that is important, that maybe sometimes it's a bit forgotten, but you need, and I'm curious to know how bio and tech have managed that, because if you arrive in a country where there is very little skills, you need to allow these people to bring in the necessary skills. You have to accept that those skills are not available in the country, and you want the best of the best. If you have to bring someone from India, well, you bring him from India. If you bring him from Canada, you bring him from Canada. Whatever, you want the best people. Also, so that flexibility on work permits for the skilled labor that is required, for me, it's also very important. And then ultimately, coming back to the general environment, yes, security, stability, and also, have a country that ultimately that you will be able to find the talent in that country. That's also very important, because bringing expats is expensive. We have one expat at the moment. We have more than 200 people working for me. All the others are Rwandans. I mean, a few other Africans, but it's vast majority is Rwandan. And I'm not particularly a great fan of hiring expats just for the fun of it. No, you have people here. They will cost you less, and if they have the skills required, then. So again, that's something that government, that an investor would look and say, these guys, they are developing their education sector, and that's a good, that's another plus.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. I think you've mentioned something that really resonates with me, with experience on the ground. The return on investment within education, because you mentioned about having skilled people on the ground. But at the same time, the return on investment can be seen as an incentive that is required for the private sector to be able to, to grow the pharmaceutical industry as well, the production. I think that is something probably will come to it. Noella might tell us what is in place as a policy or initiative from the government in terms of creating such incentives, because they're important. But I wanted to now to come to Mr. Mugoya as the representative, the advisor to the president, within the Africa Development Bank, one of the biggest banks, the money. So, and we know that vaccine production and manufacturing of vaccine, health product in general, it's not cheap, it's expensive. And we always come, across the issue of access to financing and so on. In your view, and as well based on the experience, probably we do have some best practices on the continent. What are the tools that are available for the private sector as well as governments to be able to tap into access to financing? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Janine. Before I get into the tools, I always like to share stories to, put this in perspective. I'll talk about myself and the COVID vaccine. I've been vaccinated 4 times in 3 different countries. I live in Egypt, and I travel a lot as part of my work. So my first vaccine was AstraZeneca in Kenya. Then I was told that the AstraZeneca batch that I was using, I could not travel to Europe, and I had a trip to Europe. So I went to Abidjan and got Pfizer, got the second dose of Pfizer in Abidjan, and then got the booster of J&J in Uganda. All this because of scarcity and lack of availability. So I'm talking very passionately about this subject. I'm not even going to Panado or any of these generic drugs, how many people could have access to traveling to get vaccines? Because I live in Egypt, and the Chinese vaccine that we had at the time, Sino something, was not accepted in Europe where I was intending to travel. So this is a very passionate subject for me. Now, to go into the instruments that are available, the bank, because all of us got into this shock, so the bank did a very detailed diagnostic study on pharma manufacturing, availability, all the issues of regulation. So we came up with, and I want to borrow from the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry yesterday. He was imploring us to stop talking and produce. But producing vaccines and medicines is not straightforward. So a detailed action plan, we call it the Pharmaceutical Plan, Africa Pharmaceutical Plan 2030. And in this, there are 4 key pillars. Yeah? We know that Africa as a continent, and as part of the diagnostic study, the gap, the envelope required to get us to that level of manufacturing capacity in the next, up to 2030, is $11 billion. Because we can't do it alone. So as a bank, we've committed $3 billion over the period to 2030, with 5 key pillars. The first one is to, which is $500 million, is to foster the capacity of existing. There are not many, but they are there. I live in Egypt, so there are quite a few manufacturers of drugs and medicines, pharma in Egypt, and move them to a level where we are able as a continent to provide at least 70% of the generic medicines that we require. The second one, which is very critical, and I think she spoke about it, was the infrastructure. You talk about government, the cold storage, the moving the drugs from port to port, from the distribution. So we are committing $2 billion just to focus on enabling infrastructure. The third pillar is strengthening skills of the national medical regulatory agencies. Because, I'm happy we are talking about AFCTA and harmonization, and the chairman was talking about the harmonization yesterday. It's very, very critical in the pharma sector, because a very highly regulated industry, and if you have hodgepodge standards, I don't think you'll succeed. So we are committing 300 million specifically to supporting the skills of these national regulatory agencies, policies, and working very closely with the AU and FSTA to get this done. The last bit, which talks to what my colleagues were talking about in terms of human capital, is support of R&D capacities. And what Professor Mimi was also talking about is, we need Africa-specific research and development. We need to fund research centers. We need to fund university labs, the trial of drugs and all that. So we are committing 100 million. So we have a very specific plan on how to do this. Of course, we've learned a lot over the last 2-3 years, the big challenges that will be faced. But as we speak now, and as many of us have been saying, apart from a few like BioNTech and a few in South Africa and a few pockets in Egypt where I'm based, we are in discussions with a company called Vaxera on helping them with the cold storage infrastructure and setting up a hub in Cairo or in Egypt to export to the rest of Africa. But it's still very early days, but we have a very concrete plan to move forward on that. And maybe before I close, I was talking to him just before we came to the panel, why he didn't approach us for the first initial funding, but he said that we were not the fastest, so I'm going to keep talking to him to support him on the expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mugoya. I think we've heard the bank has availed the money in key critical areas, and these areas, again, as you're talking about creation of wealth, this is an area to invest for the private sector. These 4 pillars that he mentioned, this is a place to tap in particular, to strengthen the public and private partnership. When it comes to vaccine production, as you said, the skills that are needed, they are within university. For research, we need research, for research development, we need the public institutions, university, institution of learning, be within the public or the private sector, but the industry themselves, to be able to talk to each other. And so that's an element, I hope you are taking note. The money is there. But I hope we'll make sure that the process goes faster based on what BioNTech said. So the question that I'd like to ask now to Dr. Manasseh, how can the civil society and the patient support and be part of this dialogue that you're talking about, production, and as well as access, in particular, access. There's no way we could produce in what Mr. Mugoya has said. We need to have a strong civil society in Africa. It's ethical. We can't have the production of medicine, neither any health products, without the patient themselves. That means your broader civil society to give the buy-in and be part as well of the whole trial. So how do we tap into that? But another question as you're responding, I'm passionate about here. It's our indigenous knowledge that we need to preserve, that also is a source of creation of knowledge in production. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Janine. My name is Manasseh Wandera, the Executive Director of Society for Family Health. It's a local non-government organization, basically a civil society organization. And I'm very, very passionate about public health, especially primary health care, at the grassroots level, at the household level, at the individual level. So maybe to respond to your question, how can the civil society help, or how can civil society participate in this? I like to look at it as in a form of a triangle, whereby we have like 3 players: the government, the private sector, and the civil society, or maybe a 3-legged table, whereby each of these plays a very critical role. One of the roles that the civil society brings in is the aspect of advocacy and policy influence. What do I mean here? I mean that if the government is supposed to put in regulations, infrastructure, like my colleagues were talking about, and policies, so there is a need for a body that is independent, that is representing the voices of the people, indigenous people, to be able to shine a torch, to shine a light, if these policies are reflective of the individual needs of the communities, and if there is a need for improvement, and then you boldly bring it out to both the private sector and the government that is making policies. For example, if you are advocating to improve an infrastructure, say transport or local manufacturing, then you have to look at the end state with a matrix, a measurable, quantifiable matrix, to make sure that if you invested in infrastructure, has this led to the production of medicines or vaccines like we are talking about, but ultimately has it reduced the prices, and is it making it easier before and after for these medicines to reach people at affordable price? There should be significant improvement. There should be a voice. So number 2, the role of the civil society is to be able to collect data, authentic data from the communities, and be able to analyze it and bring it to light to both the private sector and to the government. I think this is very, very critical. Then number 3, which we all talked about, is capacity building. But I would like to look at the capacity building in a different light. What type of capacities are you building? of course, we can talk about important capacities, maybe training people up to a master's degree, to a PhD level, but what about functional skills that make life easy? This is what the civil society should be able to advocate for and maybe steer and be able to show examples. For example, if we are saying that in Rwanda, we are going to start manufacturing vaccines. Okay, if it is possible in Rwanda, which means that is a sign that so many other things are possible on the continent of Africa. Or, like Giovanni was talking about, to look at what do you manufacture and what don't you manufacture based on your competitive advantage and what makes financial sense. There is a need for a body that shines the light, comes out with authentic data, empirical data, and puts it on the ground and is able to present it to the governments, but also with a listening ear to the public and the members of the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And indeed, I can see the passion. And indeed, it's important to have such a body that represents civil society and the patient, who call them as a patient advocate. In any ethics committee, I sit on one at Stellenbosch University. You can't access any research protocol, approve any trial if you do not have such a representation embedded in the concept since the conception of the research itself, but as well during the implementation. So that is a very important element that you brought in, but we've got as well some evidence-based tool that exists that we could still share as a continent to help Rwanda to have such in place. But we also mentioned about the capacity building here, and that has been one of the gaps that we see, specifically when we speak about capacity building of the civil society. In the context of vaccine and medicine, with the RRB approval, you need to have your CAB, right, committees. Most of the time, these CAB committees, we go in the villages, invite people, and then sometime, if there are not strong regulation in place, they are told you'll be getting money. And the fabrication that's happened, I've been part of this. So what exactly needs to be done for the civil society, talking about patients and other organizations in capacity building?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the things is to make sure that the civil society is on the table. In the morning, there was a discussion about some of the policies that are done for people when they are not on the table. So I think this is a very good example today where we have the government representative, the private sector, the pharmaceutical industry, and the civil society on the table discussing issues that are implementable, that are workable. But also to put in the right tools to be able to get the right capacity and get the representation of the people's ideas and use those ideas in a very workable way and try them. And also advising governments and the private sector to be able to do what works and be bold to drop off what doesn't work. It is not a problem to leave a course if it does not work. And the government should also be able to be bold enough. If a policy is not working, drop it off. If it is working, scale it up. So that kind of boldness, that kind of dynamism to be able to move forward, acknowledge if there are mistakes, correct them and move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manase. Now, because of the time, I would like to give an opportunity to the audience. And then we'll come to the last round of just a quick recommendation from the panelists here. And the focus will be more on the low-hanging fruits here. Going out here, how do we strike the deal? How do we get some of the product medicine that are available across to be able to deal with some of the burden of disease that you've got? So I would like to hear from the audience if there are questions here. Yes, I've noted Mr. Kandisa here. Just three, if I can have 3 questions, from the audience? There's another one at the back here. So far, I've noted 2 hands. There's a third here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Janine, and you are very passionate about the sector and about Africa. I want really to thank the panelists in terms of the subject matter. I wanted to give an example that this is a very attractive sector. It is among the 10 value chain that have been identified under the CFTA. Pharmaceutical is number 1 because of the number we are given. Generally, every year we lose $10 billion in terms of imports of pharmaceutical product. That's huge. That's an opportunity for private sector to invest into the sector. But there are a number of areas all the panelists have not talked about it. We did a study as the EABC through a number of our partners. We lose $6 billion through counterfeit and substandard pharmaceutical products that are coming to our region, to our continent, not counting the lives of the people who die because of substandard counterfeit products that are coming to our region. So that is distortionary, that distorts whoever wants to invest in the sector. So we need to have strong regulations, strong policy in terms of protecting the investors who are engaging into the sector. The second point I want to make is that the sector requires specialized skills, specialized knowledge. And those knowledge that are required or are embedded into a product are still lacking within our region, within the continent. But I'm happy that the Harvard, always there is this Usman, he comes with what he calls atlas of economic complexity. You measure a country in terms of how you are producing that product, the knowledge embedded into a product. I was very happy to see that countries within East Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, are trying to embed knowledge into those products. And they are among the movers, the accelerators in terms of product diversification. So we need really to look into the skills that are required, the knowledge that are required when we want to engage into a specialized sector like pharmaceuticals. Finally, which is very important for the investor, we need an enabling environment. Whoever is investing in the sector need to be protected, need to be provided with special support, including the cost of electricity, cost of energy is still very high. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Kalisa. Let's have a second, yes, a third, please. If you could keep it to 1 minute or less than that. Thank you.
My name is Mahreta Baforki. Can you hear me? The MD of GMG.
Speak a little bit louder, I can hear you.
Okay. My name is Mahreta Baforki. I'm the Managing Director of GMG Construction. For all of us, BioNTech is a startup for some years, very near. That is an ambition, that is a model, an encouragement for a new African starting big. This is my comment. My question is for BioNTech. In the discussions I hear, it is purely on human. But I see it for Africa, vaccination to be the biggest part for our animals. Unless there is another COVID, which we don't hope, but we have a lot of animal resources in Africa which need this vaccination. Is your plan also to include our animals? This is my question. Second,
please keep it short now. If you don't mind, I'm concerned.
Let me give the others a chance.
Thank you so much. That's kind of you.
Thank you, Dr. Janine.
Mine is it's just a comment. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the government of Rwanda, of course, the President Paul Kagame. At least in Rwanda now we have Biotech Rwanda. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Private Sector Federation for the invitation, being here. Now, my comment is, the issue we have in Africa, it's a mindset. We don't believe in each other. And in health sector, there's a huge opportunity that we in the private sector, we should invest. I forgot to say my name. My name is Michael Shaka Nyarwaya. I'm the founder and the CEO of Africa Global Cooperation Program. It's good people to know me. If we change the narrative of African to believe in each other, to trust each other, to know that Africa, we are smart, better than the people they think, to believe that Africa, we can do great things, that will be very powerful. Now, if we want to invest in health, actually, this is the best sector that all of us, we should look on it and we invest on that. But the issue, we need to know, if I have a factory as a Rwandan or an African, I'm telling you, some people won't come to buy the medicine on my factory. They will go to India, they will go to Germany, they will go to US. So, on your conclusion, I'm not asking anyone. We need to find out how can African, how can Rwandan believe each other, trust each other, and know that we can do great things. We have got a good experience for Rwanda and the President Paul Kagame that makes things happen from zero to something. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I'll be, because the majority were men, let's be inclusive. Let's allow the president of Africa Business Council to be able to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I'm just stopping in here in my other capacity as professor of pediatrics at the National Research Center of Egypt. And as the one who pushed to have a decision summit of African Union to have at least 1% of GDP geared towards scientific research and technology, which is not yet implemented on the continent except in 3 countries only. So I am really adding my voice to all my panelists here that we need the governments to invest in scientific research and technology, to allocate a budget for scientific research and technology, and also to have a lot of incentives for investment in scientific research and technology. We know that all of us professors on the whole continent, in all universities and scientific research, we have scientific research, but not commercialized. All our scientific research go to the West, and they are commercialized, and then they come back to us. So this is the first thing. The second issue is that information among ourselves. Do we know that in Egypt there is 175 pharmaceutical industries, and we're still bringing from India and China? There is 400 industries for medical consumables and supplies, and we are still bringing from India and China. So we need to have really more information for our sisters and brothers of the continent to solicit and procure from the continent what is made in Africa, especially medicine and pharmaceuticals and vaccines. My brother talked about Vaxera. Vaxera has a lot of vaccines for polio, for measles, for many things that we already manufacturing long ago, but our sisters and brothers on the continent, they are not aware of it. So we need to have more awareness about all this for our sisters. The third issue is that harmonization and standardization for the medical products. If we register in one country in Africa, we cannot register the same product in all the countries across Africa. So we need standardization. Once it is registered in one country, the product, it can be procured across the continent. And health is very important. Even investment in healthcare, and we're trying here in Rwanda, by the way, with His Excellency, the Minister of Health here, to see how we have set up facilities for cancer diagnosis and treatment. Because all our patients are going to India, dying there, because there is no early diagnosis. So we still have to do this because 80% of our cancer patients are dying in Africa compared to 24% dying in Europe. So we have to save lives and investment in healthcare. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Amani, for both the comments as well as additional information here. So I will give a chance to our panelists. Please make it brief. Okay, we'll start. Let's start with the BioNTech here, which is made in Africa, made in Rwanda. Then we go to the minister.
So I just wanted to start by answering somebody asked a question of if we were looking at animals, and I would say no. BioNTech is, we make mRNA vaccines, and we're focused on oncology and infectious disease. We don't do anything at the moment that relates to vaccines for animals or things like that. I think, as you said, maybe it's another opportunity for other companies to look at investing in, because, like I said, one country or one company cannot do everything. There are opportunities for everyone. And to the last person that asked the question about Africa, about us in Africa here, being proud of what we're doing. Currently in BioNTech, we have 8 nationalities from Africa. And in talking with my team, I usually drive them to say, you know, by the time we're done with this, at least this is not just for us, but this would encourage a lot of people in university, people in schools, that this can be done, because we brought together people without capability in producing vaccines, maybe from different pharmaceuticals, are learning through the process, and we will make this happen. And at the end of the day, it will be manufacturing vaccines for Africa, in Africa, by Africans.
Thank you so much for that. Mrs. Noela, if you could come to, I think probably because of time, if you could zoom into policies in terms of incentives for this sector, please.
So if you allow, just to remind the audience here and online that, again, we have to look across the value chain, right? So not just to focus. So the discovery has to be there, the development, the distribution, there's place for everyone. One player cannot do it alone. Now, I want to address your question, which is one of the reasons why Rwanda is becoming a manufacturing hub. There are enablers in place. So policy is one way. As we know, the Rwanda Development Board probably may have mentioned several of the incentives that are in place already attracting investors across Africa and across the world. So those are known, from setting up newer companies to licensing that are easy to obtain and others. But in terms of policy, if I zoom in, enablers are both in terms of regulatory capacity. We know, for example, the Rwanda FDA, Rwanda Food and Drug Authority is working to, or is about to reach the manufacturing or the maturity level 3. And it's one of the reasons why, as a national regulatory agency, they are in place to support on any regulatory enablers. So the policies that are in place and creating, for example, the types of policies that have helped in establishing BioNTech operations here are some of the things that are in place. There's also enablers in terms of human capital. The Africa Biomanufacturing Institute is now in place here in Rwanda, along with the various universities, the Carnegie Mellons, the ALUs, and others that are here hosted in Rwanda. And that's also an outcome of the enablers and the policies that are currently in place. There are also enablers in terms of logistics and infrastructure. I think what's important as we zoom into the policies, the government is willing and able to collaborate. So I will end with the call for collaboration and partnership. We have, for example, a biomanufacturing task force that's been established by the government of Rwanda, and it is coordinated by the Office of the President. That's how high this commitment and this willingness is, right? And they bring in the room whoever needs to be in the room. RDB is, Rwanda Development Board is in the room. We also have, the Ministry of Health is in this task force. So if you want to explore any policies, in addition to the enablers already in place, if you want to explore opportunities and the types of enablers that could be developed, we welcome anyone to reach out to us, private industry, academia, to what Professor Mimi was saying, very eager to work with you on big data analytics and any other aspects that you are focused in. So it's a call for collaboration that I want to end on, and to say if these policies are not yet in place, we are willing and able to explore with you how to facilitate your operations.
Thank you so much. That's great. So Rwanda is the place to be. And then, yeah. So just the last word as we're concluding, just in a minute. I hope we've answered all the questions. If at all the questions are not well answered, please let's continue the discussion as we go out. Just starting with Giovanni, your last word contribution. What is the low-hanging fruit as a businessman in the pharmaceutical industry? How do we harness made-in-African pharmaceutical products that are relevant to our burden of disease? Thank you.
Well, one thing I didn't mention, but it was mentioned by the other panelists, an important thing is also to, if you want pharmaceutical products to be traded between African countries, then you need trust. Like my friend Michael Shaka was mentioning. And how do you build this trust is by, by having high standards. Rwanda is going for level 3. I actually would encourage Rwanda to go even higher than that and hopefully be the first African country to join, the stringent regulatory authority club. Just aim for the best, go for it. Because then, then you have the very high standards, and then that's, then suddenly, again, I'm speaking about Rwanda here, but, suddenly made in Rwanda means something. And then you go and send the made in Rwanda product, and you say, these guys, they are doing it the good way. That's how you build trust, because, you're not giving a second chance to quality. Quality is essential.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Sorry. Yes, yeah, yes.
Yeah, my name is Manasseh. So I think, like I said, I'm very passionate about primary health care. Maybe just to throw out a statistic, in Rwanda, over 90% of the population receives their care at the primary health care. That means the health center, the health post, and by community health workers. So it is important that we have a civil society that listens to the people and brings their voice to both government and the private sector. It should be a holistic, tripartite development, dialogue, and continuous improvement. That's number one. Number two, it's about having quantifiable, realistic metrics. You are measuring progress, and you are bold to discard what is not working. Even what is working, to be able to look at it critically and see what more can you do to make it even better. It is a race of improvement over and over, and it should always focus on the needs of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Mgoye, your last word, hanging fruit, finance. How do we get money tomorrow?
Two parting shots. The first is on, obviously, financing, and the other is on technology transfer and sharing. On financing, our diagnostic study has shown that because most of the pharma industry is growing, apart from the mature countries like Egypt and maybe South Africa, they are more or less startups. So debt financing is not really suitable. So we have developed a strategy to support equity financing, but not directly to the entities, but through private equity funds that already understand the terrain. So to give an example before conclude, we got a board approval to support an entity called Blue Peak, which is financing AfriCure, a pharmaceutical company that is set up facilities in a couple of countries, Cameroon, Botswana, Tanzania. So that kind of regional approach where you're scaling up the standards that Giovanni was talking about. My final shot is on technology transfer. I don't know how many of you are aware it would be blasphemy for me to leave Rwanda without talking about this. The government of Rwanda is hosting the Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation, which was established by the African Development Bank. We've signed the agreement, and we are now in the process of finalizing the host agreement. It is a very useful pillar for all that we are doing. If we don't have the right technology, and if we don't share it, then we shall still be fragmented in the way we do things. So I'm very happy to be in Rwanda, and very happy to share with you that His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, is one of the is a co-chair of the Eminent Advisory Council, which is constituted of very powerful people in the pharma and government. It's a proper PPP advisory council. So I'm happy to close on that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for announcing that. Looking forward to it. Last word from Zoteke, just straight to the point. What is the...
For me, is the opportunity is there. I don't see challenges, but I see the opportunities that we have. An example is by BioNTech trying to set up here. You see the opportunities from a skills and development point of view. And because of this, because I know I've been in several conversations on things that are being set up. So that opportunity has created more opportunities for people, and where people can be able to get trained, qualified, show their skills. So please I won't use the word gaps, but take all these opportunities as something that everyone can tap into.
Thank you very much. Professor Mimi, just last word, if you could be shorter. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. So thanks to the fellow panelists and the contributions. I guess for us, the most important thing at the moment is Federation University recently changed its direction, and we've got a new strategy as the first co-op university in Australia, which means every program by 2025 has to have an industry partner, be it an undergraduate undergraduate course or a postgraduate course. So not program, but at the course level. And that is really important in tying in with some of what we say around translational research, but also creating and graduating students who graduate with skills that industry actually need. And I think I want to bring that into this forum in terms of we need to work in partnerships and harness the capabilities that exist within the African continent, the African people, and the African diaspora. But importantly, the decolonization of self. And to build trust is around that decolonization. And in order to do that, we need to really rethink our curriculums, not only in the pharmaceutical or medical or health fields, but really reorientating the mindset to ensure that we build a trust amongst each other and we believe that we have what we want, because I think Africa has passed the stage where they need to be begging for what they have. So on that note, I just want to say Africa has got everything, and it's really around that governance, but the purposeful leadership in order to achieve and develop skill sets within the continent, irrespective of the area or specialty, to serve the people of the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mimi. And I would like to thank all my esteemed panelists for the great job they have done. Do they not do a great job? Please, a round of applause. To my panelists, I would like to conclude just to announce as well, removing my hat as a public health specialist, as a lecturer, but I have a private sector cap as well, to announce that as part of one of the initiatives of Africa Private Sector Summit, where I sit, we've got an initiative called Africa Education Trust Fund, and I sit on the executive team. And the purpose of the initiative is to support the knowledge creation production within the African base, and then as well facilitating the diaspora to be able to do this knowledge transfer, skills transfer, and so on. So please join us. Africa, we only have one continent. We do not have any other. We need to invest and protect our continent through production of health product. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Janine, for taking us through this wonderful panel and very informative panel. So as they walk off, I have received some key takeaways, maybe before we head into the closing remarks from our different speakers. And I'm just going to try and summarize them. So it's not an easy job to summarize what's been talked about in over 2 days and over 18 panels. But in general, investing in science and innovation, creating more unicorns, as in the case of countries like Nigeria that have Flutterwave, InterSwitch in Senegal, Andela in Ghana. Secondly, enhance Made in Africa production and consumption through increased industrialization. Creating strategic partnerships like Rwandair and Qatar Airways partnerships, which have eased air connectivity and cargo movement, thereby boosting exports and imports on the continent. African Union and governments need to create a conducive environment for private investment funds to operate as a one way of solving the access to finance challenge and many others. So particularly under the agriculture cluster, some key takeaways that I've just selected 2 out of the many. Modern business models in agriculture like mechanization, irrigation, fertilizers, proper handling in order to maximize on available arable land, value addition, and increase production. At country level, there's need to have a national strategic plan for growing domestic production and promoting export, that is quality and quantity. Under manufacturing, encourage the adoption of modern manufacturing technologies and fourth industrialization to increase efficiency and productivity. Create a favorable and conducive environment that supports private investment, leading to the growth and diversification of pharmaceutical and expedite cross-border trade. Under finance, streamline regulatory processes for obtaining financing, reducing bureaucracy and administrative burdens. Under trade, implement common standards and procedures to harmonize operations along transit corridors. And then in general, for promoting Africa to become a startup hub, encourage the growth of venture capital funds and facilitate connections between angel, corporate, and impact investors and startups. So ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of words, but in summary, what I heard and picked from all of this is that there is need for harmonization and standardization and modernization of policies, infrastructure, business environments, that is for inter and intra-trade, and financing instruments on the continent. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, I'm just going to welcome the first speaker for our final remarks. I will welcome the CEO of PSF, Mr. Stephen Ruzibiza. Very briefly, the CEO, please. Welcome on the stage. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up on the stage.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much once again. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, Honorable Minister ICT from Uganda, friends, allow me to say all protocols observed. Normally my staff tells me that I have few words, but you allow me this time to speak from my heart. In French, they say merci beaucoup à tous. In Kinyarwanda, they say mwakoze cyane. When they add the cyane, that means it is coming from deep, 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 the marrows of the body. I thank all the speakers that were invited, to bless these 2 days. Unfortunately, there are 3 days. Tomorrow we have another event, which is golf tournament. Those who know how to kick that ball, may I tried and has disobeyed me deliberately, so I have given up. I invite people like these ones, they respect our invitation, but a ball of less than a kilo does what it wants, so I have given up. So for tomorrow, we have that event. Kindly, let's go there again and have it. I thank all the moderators once again that have put beef and meaning to this day. I thank the media houses, and the videos that have brought the discussions of these 2 days to the public for their digestion and appreciation. Thank you so much. Lastly, it is not in the order of appreciation, you forgive me, I thank all of you, those who attended physically and attended online, we owe it to you. If we were in the World Bank and you had the date, we would delete it and waive it. But we shall find a way of paying back. As I close off, there are so many things that have been discussed today, but I just want to bring forward one item. After COVID, a number of things have changed. The focus has somehow diverted. Countries are inward looking today and a bit focused on the survival of their citizens and their individuals. That means we have to double the efforts of what we have been trying to do. ICT is no longer an issue of facilitating trade or survival, but it is at the core of surviving universally, not regionally or in region blocks. That means the people in this room, the people that have in their mandate to do policies that facilitate trade, they have also to shift their focus. Infrastructure today needs ICT, and we can't do without either. Therefore, I call that as we go back to our normal businesses, we find a way of changing our focus and focus on those issues that are going to bring more infrastructure, industrialization, and somehow create jobs. Lastly, this time, I told you today I will speak from the bottom of my heart, so allow me to say the last one. This is the second edition of our Golden Business Forum, which has delayed for the past 2 years, and we have a plan of having the third edition. So the invitations and preparations are already in some gears. We are now moving from the parking to start the motion. So probably in the end of Feb and early March, you may receive again our invitations. And this time, we are not going to send invitations on short notice. We expect your blessings once again, and in Islam they say, Inshallah, we shall be together again. Thank you so much. Be blessed.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. And up next, we're going to receive closing remarks. Sorry, excuse me. From Mr. Daniel Claude, and he is the vice-président au Haut Conseil des affaires de la Commission de la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale. Monsieur Claude.
I thought I was tall enough. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking very much the organizers of this forum to have invited the ECAS Business Council to this event, which I experienced for the very first time. And I've been so much gratified by all the outcomes, all the contacts, all the takeaways from the different panels that I've exposed during walking or breakout sessions. So I'm very grateful, and I'm taking a lot from here to bring to my platform and share it with our associates, and I'm sure we will be very keen to come back for the next edition. So thank you very much for inviting us and give us this opportunity to share a little bit on our new platform, the ECAS Business Council, that was set up last October in Kinshasa, DRC, with about 65 private sector organizations of our region, of the 11 member countries of the ECAS. And so we are really in our initial stage of making sure that we are organizing ourselves, we are structuring our organization in order to play our role, which is really to advocate and be the voice of the private sector in our region in bringing up some of the very issues that the private sectors is dealing with in the region. I'm coming from a country, Cameroon, that we usually describe as Africa in miniature. I hope I pronounce well miniature. We say in French, Afrique en miniature. And because of its diversity, cultural, food, landscape, sceneries, weather, very diverse, a very diverse country. But I would like to say that I'm coming from a region, ECAS, which is Africa in miniature in terms of the challenges that the private sector is facing in order to improve or facilitate trade, intertrade in Africa. ECAS is one of the wealthier regions in Africa with all kinds of resources, natural minerals, but adversely, it is one of the poorest area in terms of the standard of living of the population. So that contrast, it's something that we see as a challenge. And when you try to do trade within our region, you find yourself into some of the issues that have been brought up during our works here in terms of barriers of trade, in terms of lack of freedom of circulation, no visas. So all the challenges that you can imagine in Africa, which make it very difficult to trade between ourselves. But I'm very happy for the team of this, the general team of this forum, which is to create African wealth. I think the team by itself is already an answer to what we are striving for, to create wealth in Africa. Because like in the ECAS region, we have a continent that is blessed with wealth, natural resources. But it seems, or it is unfortunate that at the end of the day, what we see is that that wealth is being exploited by other continents, other regions out of Africa that are profiting and getting more value from our own wealth. Anything that we produce in Africa, in agriculture, things like cocoa, coffee, if you see how much, like in Cameroon, a kilogram of cocoa is less than $2. But if you take the number of chocolate bars that are made with 1 kilogram of cocoa or a cup of coffee that are made of coffee, you see that the African farmer is not making it, and it is making nothing compared to what an European farmer or importer industrial is doing. So the solution, and this is what ECA's Business Council want to advocate, is that enough of talking. We have been talking too much. And I'm coming from a country and a region also where we have so many good slogans. In fact, the latest slogan that has been on the en vigueur, sorry, I will mix up with in our region, has been to see our country become emerging countries within 2030, 2035. Well, all our countries are talking about emergence, being emerging countries like the Asian countries. But when we look at the reality, we are very far. We are yet to become emerging countries within the time frame given. So we, the private sector, we think enough of talking, enough of slogan, and we have come in a time where we need to empower the private sector to begin to create wealth within your region, which is retaining wealth and value of our wealth within the region. And this can be done by empowering the local private sector. Because historically speaking, as you know, many of our countries in the ECA region have been colonized. And at the independence, our countries didn't have any private sector. The government has to become the government and the private sector and create public companies. And some of the resources were continuing to be exploited by the foreign colonizer. But after 60 years, things have changed. Now we have a private sector led and made of people and local companies that are able to make the shift and make the transition for us Africans to take ownership of our own economy, ownership of our development. And it's highly time for us to do that. And this is what we want to advocate. We are not against foreign trade or foreign multinational, but we think it's highly time for Africans to take ownership of their own economy. And it's a challenge that we need to convince our leaders, political leaders, to accept. Because unfortunately, albeit the reforms, economic reform that has been done here and there, and some countries like Rwanda as a good inspiring example, but across the region, it's still a challenge to see a business environment that is really conducive of businesses in a good way and a proper way that facilitates trade. We need to diversify partnership, particularly in the Francophone Africa. We have had a main economic partner that for years has worked with us, but when we look back, what we have gained from that cooperation, we don't see much. So we encourage, and I was very happy to see the Korean delegation here. This is what we need to do, Africa, to begin to multiply and diversify our economic relationship with countries like Korea, with countries from other parts of the world that are sensible and I can understand where we are coming from, because they themselves have experienced it, and they can share knowledge, skill, and technology with us without being like those former colonizators, I hope, that were only interested in bringing or exploiting our raw resources and not transferring any technology. But we hope that with the new partners, with the diversification and the shift that is happening in the economic world today, with the BRICS and everything, we hope very much that we will be able. And this means also that we African, and this is the good thing, and I was happy here to meet the East Africa Business Council, Africa. We need also to work together, the private sector. I don't know about the other region, but in Africa, in the ECAS, we are weak in that point. The private sector from one country and not one country are not working, are not partnership. We need to encourage it, and this is one thing that we at the council, at the business council, we will do in order we begin to develop regional, Pan-African, big cooperation that can be good partners for the government. So there's a lot to say, but I just want to end up here and wrap up here by encouraging the business association and business organization of Rwanda and elsewhere in the region to join us so that we can be strong enough. In French, we say l'union fait la force. By being together so that we can be really advocate and making sure that our voice is being heard by the politician, by the government, who apparently seems to be more open to the private sector. At least officially, in any of the countries that I will go, we have been very welcome. It's been said, and it's said all over again by them, that the private sector is the engine of wealth creation. But still, when we look at the environment, we still see some regulation, we still see some hurdles, we still face some barriers that are not facilitating and implementing the free zones or free trade zones that are on the papers. So we need, as a private sector, to join together, to come together and work together across the region and in between the region so that we have this Africa that is really giving us opportunity as businessmen to trade, to do business here and there easily. Thank you, and sorry for my poor English.
It was fantastic English, I believe. Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. And up next, we are going to receive closing remarks from the acting chairperson of PSF, Mrs. Jean-Françoise Mubirigi. Welcome. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. So this was to tell me to be quick. I think we need some rest. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the curtains of this second Golden Business Forum, we are about to close them. I'm filled with gratitude since the beginning of this forum. Seeing you, all of you, joining us for this wonderful moment and these wonderful discussions on how to build a better private sector on our continent, on how to build B2Bs, deals that are solving the issues that we have been discussing since yesterday. Wonderful ideas have come from the discussion we had, from the captain of industries, head of organizations, on how we should solve and come to tangible outcomes. There were innovative ideas like the creation of an African brand of 4-star and 5-star hotels and other. Through the discussions, we have been able to identify investment opportunities, project ideas that we should think and implement together. And I really just say thank you to you all. Thank you to the organizing team, the committee that has been behind this from the beginning. I think we should thank them, all of us. The speakers, moderators, sponsors have been thanked by the CEO, but I will reiterate my greatest thankful and really it was warming to see how they were committed, how they took their time, they prepared and have been taking us through all of these discussions. Thank you to you all. Let me take this opportunity to thank, in a special way, Her Excellency, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, for her active participation, and mostly to extend our gratitude and regards to His Excellency, the Chair of African Union. As I said, I will take not so much of your time again. Safe travels back home, and to the golfers, have fun tomorrow. Thank you very much. Merci, Murakoze.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jeanne, for those wonderful remarks. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, very, very lastly, we are receiving our very final remarks to wrap this up and send you well off after this wonderful business forum. And without further ado, please help me to welcome Her Excellency, Dr. Nsanzabaganwa Monique, the Deputy Chairperson of the AU Commission. Thank you.
Monsieur Daniel, how about me? Good. Honorable Minister, all the officials from governments, from ECAS, Honorable Minister Kanimba, from the African Union, I see the Business Council, all captains of industries, all guests, I would like to once again express my profound and sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for their unreserved support to make this Golden Business Forum such a success. We would not be talking about success without the support and active participation of the African member states and private sector players, particularly the MSMEs, women, youth, and the disabled entrepreneurs. Thank you all for having spared your precious time to be with us during these 2 days. We all know that for business people like you, time is money. Your presence here, therefore, is a clear testimony that you attach to making our beautiful continent thrive through constant dialogue, engagement, and implementing actions and recommendations agreed in various fora. Distinguished guests, the African Union places high value to the empowerment and vibrancy of the private sector. We strongly believe that the future of Africa depends largely on the dynamism of the private sector. The success of the private sector and its consequential impact on economic development and economic transformation will have a direct bearing on sustained economic growth and creation of wealth. We will therefore continue to advocate for better design and adoption of appropriate policies that create the conducive environment, inclusive growth, and private sector development. You can rest assured that the African Union will continue to be strong and reliable a partner in this important endeavor. The theme of this forum, Creating African Wealth under the AfCFTA, has been well discussed, and your recommendations are indeed worth pursuing and implementing. These 2 days enabled us to critically discuss key areas that are central to Africa's economic transformative agenda, as is well articulated in the Agenda 2063. Furthermore, we exhaustively and ably discussed issues of public-private partnership, co-production in the agribusiness, putting the private sector at the center stage of economic transformation, co-financing investments in key sectors, mining, digitization of production processes, fostering food security, strengthening governance systems, promoting human capital development, and enhancing the participation of women, youth, and the disabled in business, to mention but a few. All the above topics that have been discussed are indeed pertinent, and the deliberations on them is very much timely. As a testimony of our resolve to empower the private sector and give it the full visibility it deserves, your recommendations from this forum are very well noted, and we will work closely with you in their implementation, including through advocacy and continuous engagement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I'd like to end by thanking every one of you for your active participation in this forum. Let us keep working together to reverse the order of things and take from the streets to the podium to create the real wealth from ground up for the present and future generations. The key word has been ownership of our AfCFTA, one link at a time, one cross-border link at a time, one deal at a time, one block at a time. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A very powerful close. And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the official close of the Golden Business Forum 2023. Yes, well deserving of an applause. Again, all the organizers, the partners, the sponsors have all been thanked, so I will not repeat that. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. My name is Ali Sigiro. It's been an honor to be your host for the last 2 days. And we have an exhibition right outside. Please go check out the exhibition. And then later on, there will be coffee available for you. So please stick around, network, and connect with a few more people. Thank you very much. Also, it's Miss Alice Hijiro, not Mrs. Thank you very much. Strong, independent woman. Thank you very much. Have a lovely rest of your evening.
Yembe bako generation